Chapter 527, Qingzhou, the Sage of the Zither 211, her teacher is far more formidable than I am. Second update, _1, I don't know, when Jixia looked at the white plastic bag, reached out to open the tied top and casually said, a stupid dog's gift to me. The old man didn't understand why when Jixia called her friend a stupid dog, but he didn't comment on it. He knew that when Jixia didn't have many friends here, and this was one of them. When you go back, don't mention these two words in front of the old lady. The old man paused, then reminded. Got it, when Jixia had an elegant name, but she was not so refined herself, and know him uncivilized and rude. As she spoke, she saw the gift in the bag. It was 4 recorded CDs. Each one was beautifully packaged. When Jixia looked at the top one, and on its blue cover, 2 powerful characters were written, gambling on liquor. Below it the signature was written in black marker in an artistic font. As a fan of Yan Lu, she recognized it as Yan Lu's signature. What the foo? She was halfway through the word when she realized the old man was behind her and forcefully changed her words. Hurriedly, she flipped to the next CD, Han Shishu, the one that had been hyped up to 200,000 apiece online. The Han Shishu that 800 people had failed to get. Each one had Yan Lu's signature on it. When Jixia cursed silently in her heart, then opened her phone, did you get it? Why do you have the signed version? Is it authentic? Stupid dog, 1, at this time still, 1, what the hell does 1 mean? When Jixia looked at the 4 precious CDs wrapped in the plastic bag, temporarily forgetting the heartbreak of the stupid dog, today, you can be my dad for a day. Stupid dog. Forget it, let her full stop herself with a full stop. When Jixia decided not to quarrel with Bai Lian for now. She put her phone aside and then glanced at the albums. She belatedly remembered. She hadn't been able to get them even with someone's help, so how did Bai Lian manage to get these albums? And they all came with signatures. One day later. A music concert in Beijing. The Bai family had gotten 3 tickets, middle seats. The attendees were Bai Shaoqi, Song Min, and Mrs. Song. Only the 3 of them from the Bai and Song families could appreciate classical music. Bai Qiming had the sense not to come and fake sophistication. There was a large queue for ticket checking at the venue. Most of them were well-known musicians from Beijing. Shaoqi, I heard your brother is confirmed to be following a Professor Zhang. Mrs. Song stood beside Bai Shaoqi, chatting as they waited in line. Bai Shaoqi nodded slightly, her demeanor as calm as a gentle breeze and floating clouds. That's right. Mrs. Song knew the Bai family valued Bai Shaoqi and that Bai Shaoke was part of the reason. Who is the distinguished guest your father mentioned from Jiahao? Have you two heard anything? Many from the international class came from impressive backgrounds, which also offered a route. I don't know, Bai Shaoqi replied solemnly, but the general manager of Jiahao personally greeted him. My dad said it might be Dean Jian. If it was Dean Jian, it would make sense. The 3 of them went through the ticket check. The concert hadn't begun yet, and their seats were in the 5th row. These were also VIP seats. Upon entering, Bai Shaoqi saw the first row was different from the others, with leather seats and high backs. The first row was also enclosed with a fence, separating it from the VIP seats behind it. That's, Bai Shaoqi was taken aback. Mrs. Song, who had grown up in Jiangjing and frequented many venues, recognized it immediately. Those are guest seats, someone from Jiangjing must have come. Important figures of the concert. It was also strange, even in past years when Dean Jian came, Beijing wasn't this lively. Meanwhile, Bai Lian held her ticket, but no one checked it. Old Hu directly took her through the staff entrance. It's crowded at the entrance. Old Hu guessed Bai Lian's identity and was very respectful towards her. Well, go around from backstage. Old Hu's face was his pass. After all, he was Dean Jian's assistant and represented him. Along the way, everyone would stop to greet Old Hu. They all noticed the girl he was treating with such respect. Though just an assistant, old who could play both the pipa and the guzheng, and he had a bit of fame. Being under Dean Jian's wing, his skills far exceeded those of ordinary people. Even Bayan's President Luo would call him Mr. Hu. But now he was being so polite to a girl. Who was this girl? Others guessed in their minds, but the girl kept her head down slightly, with a remarkable appearance. She was an unfamiliar face they hadn't seen before. After passing through the backstage, a group surrounded Dean Jian as he was tuning a guzheng. Seeing Bai Lian, he greeted from afar, "You're quite early." "Didn't want to keep you waiting." Bai Lian stopped without approaching. She was delighted to come to Dean Jian's residence, and he too was pleased, not saying much, merely waving his hand toward her. "Okay, you go sit with old Hu first, I'll come over after explaining things to them." After Bai Lian had left, a group of people around Dean Jian looked at each other, all renowned teachers from Beijing, seeing Bai Lian for the first time and unable to hide their surprise. "Dean Jian, that person is your student?" Principal Luo asked. He knew that Jian Zhongyou had disciples, among them a girl with exceptional talent, but she was only in Jiangjing, seen by few. "My student." Jian Zhongyou looked at Principal Luo and shook his head with a chuckle. "You think too much, I am not capable of being her teacher." At this point, he sighed, "Her teacher is far more formidable than I am." Although Bai Lian had not mentioned who her teacher was, after so long, Jian Zhongyou also knew that her teacher must be an exceptional master. Why did he always want Bai Lian to lead in playing the guzheng? Because he could see that she carried something within her, an ancient heritage. It is very likely that she was a direct disciple of a guzheng master from a reclusive and prestigious family. Jian Zhongyou spoke casually, but the few people around him were shocked, especially Principal Luo. Just the classical Chinese music alone, Jian Zongyi's influence was significant. A modern guzheng master, his written works such as South-North Guzheng Tunes and other series were in museums. At national banquets, he served as a guiding teacher, and his contributions were already written in the history of music. Now he actually said, "Her teacher is far more formidable than I am." Then who exactly is this girl's guzheng teacher? Outside, Bai Xiaoqi was sitting in the middle, beside her was Madame Song, and next to Madame Song was Song Min, and the performance was about to begin. The lights in the hall dimmed, leaving only one beam on the stage. In the front row, a tall figure in a long dress appeared, and Song Min, upon seeing that figure, suddenly sat up straight, his gaze intense as he looked toward the front row. "What is it?" Madame Song noticed something unusual about him. Song Min watched the blur of a figure walk to the first row, his voice deep. "I think I saw Bai Lian." "Bai Lian?" Madame Song paused. Bai Xiaoqi's fingers also tightened, she turned her head. "Where?" "First row." Song Min saw her sit down in the first row, his gaze not moving away, in the center seat. "First row." "Then you must be mistaken." Upon hearing this, Madame Song shook her head. "We barely managed to get VIP seats through connections." "The first row, that's a place for someone like Dean Jian to sit, guests of honor at the concert. Even if Bai Lian is from the Su family, it's not possible for her to get a ticket for the first row." That was true indeed. Song Min hesitated and withdrew his gaze. The figure he just saw was very similar to Bai Lian whom he had seen in Jiangjing. But it was different from the Bai Lian he remembered. Bai Xiaoqi lost interest and turned her gaze back to her cell phone, continuing to look down and send a photo to the class group. First row. Bai Lian settled into her seat, quietly waiting for the performance to begin. From time to time, people took their seats in the first row, each of them greeting Bai Lian before sitting down. After Dean Jian made the necessary arrangements, he came and sat down beside her. "Listen carefully and see if you have any new insights." The opening music was a joint performance by Bayan's students and teachers. For guzheng masters, plus 2 interspersed performances by pipa and jade flute teachers. It was The White Robe Journey, a piece by Lien Newell. During the climax of the piece, the 4 Guzheng masters played in concert, plucking the red strings with a feather's touch, and in an instant, wore horses and iron armor, bones covered by yellow sand, mourned and sobbed within the strings, touching everyone's soul. When the opening performance concluded, the applause lasted a long time. People nearby whispered, "It really is one of the 10 great Guzheng masterpieces." Mentioning The White Robe Journey inevitably reminded people of Bai Xiangjuan. Dean Jian also came out of his reverie and evaluated the performance with Bai Lian. This piece is too domineering, their individual expressive power falls short, unable to convey the right feeling. So, it takes a quartet to produce such momentum. The Miss Bai who composed this piece is truly a once-in-generation talent. So, when Bai Lian single-handedly performed that resounding momentum at the school anniversary, Dean Jian knew she was no ordinary person. Bai Lian, she tilted her head slightly, not speaking. Dean Jian was used to her silence, then remembering something, "You also have the surname Bai." "Right," Bai Lian nodded. "Who exactly is your teacher?" Prompted by Principal Luo's inquiry, Dean Jian also was curious about Bai Lian's mentor, as he still hadn't figured out who taught her. Bai Lian bowed her head slightly, seemingly lost in thought. After a long while, just when Dean Jian thought Bai Lian would still not respond, Bai Lian suddenly spoke, "Qingzhou." "What?" Dean Jian paused. "Didn't you ask who my teacher is?" "Mr. Qingzhou." Bai Lian's wrist rested on the adjacent armrest, her fingertips lightly tapping it. She turned her head, this time very seriously. "My teacher, the one who instructed me, is Teacher Qingzhou." Qingzhou, now respectfully known as the Master of the Qins. The Jiangjing Music Academy still maintains offerings for him. Those who study the Guzheng, who have studied history, all know that Qingzhou had 2 disciples. One was Princess Huaiyan, Jiang Sui, who had gone far to marry and become eternally famous, leaving behind imperial scenery map of Jiangjing. The other was the stunningly talented young mistress of the Bai family, Bai Xiangjuan. In turbulent times, heroes emerge. Of the 10 great Guzheng masterpieces, Qingzhou himself composed 3, and together with his 2 disciples, Desert Melody and The White Robe Journey, they boldly claimed half of the realm of Guzheng music. Chapter 528, Jiang Gu came to pick up Alien, the successor of director Jian from 212, Desert Melody, and The White Robe Journey, are of different styles, a composed and elegant minor tune. Due to the domineering style of The White Robe Journey, reminiscent of a piano demon, it has a broader audience than Desert Melody. Recently, the television just happens to be broadcasting Great Yong. The TV series has made this part of the story very clear, and many viewers who don't understand traditional Chinese music have learned that among the 10 famous Guzheng songs, 5 are credited to this mentor and his 2 disciples alone. As the young Miss Bai already comes with her own fan base, by the time the TV series had not yet finished airing, the actress playing her, Yen Lu, had already amassed a terrifying fan count of over 30 million. Bai Lian spoke seriously. However, President Jian felt like hitting her. "You're so serious when you're telling jokes. I don't know whether to believe you're Mr. Qingzhou's disciple or to believe that I'm Emperor Qin Shi Huang myself." "What do you think?" he asked Bai Lian again. "Is he really being brushed off like this? Was the old man that easy to deceive?" Bai Lian retracted her gaze and looked at the stage expressionlessly, her profile contoured by the interplay of light and shadow, her facial arc icy cold, as was her voice. "The next performance is about to begin." "Shut up. President Jian, young people can't take a joke." By President Jian's side, Principal Luo, who had been sitting quietly, didn't dare move an inch. If someone had told Principal Luo a few days ago that there was someone in this world who dared to talk to their traditional music authority, President Jian, in such a manner, he would have thought they were crazy. Now, he thought he was the one going crazy. Principal Luo gently pinched his own leg. It hurt quite a bit. After the opening, the second performance was a solo pipa recital. Only a beam of cold light shone on stage, highlighting the teacher in a gray cheongsam. With her hair up, the soothing sounds of the pipa began, like babbling brooks, graceful and lingering. There was no dissonant style, just a violin blending in, a stunning cold moon overhead, as a beautiful woman slowly narrated the old dreams of a lost country. Bai Lian listened to this piece even more attentively than the ones before. After the song ended, President Jian observed her still watching the stage. Old dreams, this style of music is also very beautiful, right? He originally thought Bai Lian would prefer the kind of music that fought against the elements like a fierce storm. Emisham. Bai Lian nodded. The sounds of our traditional instruments are all beautiful, the pipa, guzheng, all rich in meaning. President Jian casually remarked to Bai Lian during the interlude of the next piece, look how popular Yan Lu's songs are, and how the number of people learning guzheng has increased. Indeed, after the guzheng song, Gambling with Liquor, became popular, many people started learning the guzheng. As President Jian said this, he glanced at Bai Lian as if it were a casual afterthought, so what do you think about being a bearer of traditional music heritage? This was his intent for this visit. The reach of Bai Lian's 4 new songs was too wide, to the point where even 3-year-olds knew they were traditional-style songs with guzheng, pipa, and bamboo flute. With Yan Lu now famous across the nation because of a great yong, President Jian had some concerns that Bai Lian might not compose for Yan Lu in the future. A representative for traditional music might be completely buried in Jiangjing University. Culture needs to be passed on and promoted. She almost had a natural aura for it. If he missed out on her, President Jian felt he might never encounter such a person again. In fact, President Jian was aware that culture needs to change its means of expression in order to become widespread and evolve. The traditional music scene had already started plans to turn Yan Lu into such a representative figure. Bai Lian was the most important link in this chain. President Jian, that's too much of a burden for me. Bai Lian merely leaned back, her body relaxing, lashes drooping lazily. A refusal. Another refusal. President Jian had anticipated her response. The good news was Bai Lian wasn't so resistant, there might be a chance this time. His expression was relaxed, unhurriedly saying, it's not heavy. Actually, you don't need to do much. Just continue writing songs for Yan Lu and spare some time to arrange music for the traditional orchestra. The performance came to a close. How do you feel tonight? Any inspiration? President Jian led Bai Lian out from backstage. I'll head back to Jiangjing in a couple of days. I have some new ideas. I'll go back to Xiangqing and think it over tomorrow, Bai Lian said, looking down at her phone. Her dog friends had already sent her messages, and it seemed she also had urgent matters back home. The evening performance was incredibly moving. President Jian knew Bai Lian still had to wait for her college entrance exam results. Principal Luo stood respectfully behind the two, and upon hearing that Bai Lian was actually from Xiangqing, he was very surprised. Miss Bai, you are welcome to visit our music association more often. He had already started calling her Miss Bai, and knew that Bai Lian did not belong to any music association or music college. I will, thank you for your hospitality today, Bai Lian thanked Principal Luo. Chapter 529, Disciple of Director Jian 212, Brother Jiang is coming to pick up Alien_2. It means she doesn't want to join their music association. Principal Luo was somewhat disappointed, but not surprised. After all, Dean Jian had been rejected in front of her, Principal Luo irreverently thought to himself. Afterwards, Bai Xiaoqi stood up with Song Min and the others, and Mrs. Song looked at Bai Xiaoqi in surprise. Are you going to the backstage? The Bai and Song families had no one formally educated in music. In this area, they barely had any social connections. Yes, Bai Xiaoqi followed the flow of people out, took out her phone, and looked for a number. My mom found Jianjian's Principal Luo, and he helped us get these tickets. This was the first time Bai Shaoqi calmly brought up Gui Wuqing. Mrs. Song followed behind Bai Shaoqi. She had always known Gui Wuqing was capable, otherwise she wouldn't have lurked for so many years, trampled Ji Mulan underfoot, and helped her two illegitimate children rise to the top. However, Mrs. Song had not expected Gui Wuqing could find Principal Luo. She followed Bai Shaoqi in amazement, with a crowd of staff backstage, who naturally did not recognize the trio. Minutes later, a staff member came to take the three to the lounge. Please wait a moment, President Luo and Dean Jian have gone to see off some guests. He's going with Dean Jian to see off guests. All three found it odd. What guests would require Dean Jian to see them off? Even though they asked, the staff member did not answer, only gave them a polite smile before leaving the lounge. Song Min put down his water glass and stood up to open the lounge door, his cool gaze sweeping over the backstage. The first row of people were retreating from backstage. Curtains, instruments, and silhouettes were in disarray. His gaze landed ahead, to the left front, where the black curtain stirred, seemingly revealing a cyan silhouette exiting. Song Min walked forward a few steps, and bumped straight into someone. "Excuse me." He retracted his gaze and spoke. "No problem." Principal Luo had just sent off Dean Jian and Bai Lian. He recognized Song Min, as the principal of No. 1 middle school often recommended him. "Are you looking for someone, student?" "No." Song Min withdrew his gaze and pressed his brow. He returned to the lounge. One step behind him, Principal Luo entered. Bai Shaoqi, who was talking to Mrs. Song inside, quickly stood up to introduce herself. "I know who you are, Bai Shu's sister." Principal Luo nodded slightly towards Bai Shaoqi, thinking to himself that there sure were a lot of talented individuals with the surname Bai. This year, Dean Jian just sent off a young friend, and won't be meeting others for now. Bai Shaoqi was quite disappointed. "Then please explain to Dean Jian for me that there's been a misunderstanding between us." It seemed like she was quite familiar with Principal Luo, and Principal Luo was very familiar with Dean Jian. Bai Shaoqi now had a professor from Jiang University mentoring him, while Dean Jian was on par with the principal of Jiang University. Mrs. Song stood aside, silently observing the scene. She lowered her eyes, lost in thought. The Jian family. Jian just sat listlessly at the table, listening to Jian Rong converse with Miss Liu. This Miss Liu was his matchmaking date, but it was quite obvious she got along better with Jian Rong, whose reputation was well known and was going to apply for postgraduate studies at Beijing University. She was talented, and Jian Zhou understood her well. He fiddled with his phone. "Miss Bai, tomorrow." Seeing that Bai Lian was leaving tomorrow, he hurriedly stood up. "Where are you going?" Jian's father had just returned when he saw Jian Zhe heading out. Jian Zhe changed his shoes, looked up, and said, "I'm going to see off Sister Lian and an old gentleman. She is returning tomorrow." Since coming back this time, Jian Zhe has become much more reserved. Reading really can alter a person's temperament. The former Jian Zhe was always impetuous, his thoughts barely concealed and readily apparent. Today, however, Jian's father could hardly get a clear read on his son. Jian's father looked at Jian Rong chatting with Miss Liu and said with displeasure, "You're just going to leave your guests like this?" "Miss Liu gets carsick," Jian Zhe explained for Miss Liu. "If you don't believe me, ask Miss Liu if she wants to come with me to see off Sister Lian and the others." Miss Liu put down her teacup apologetically and stood up, only then addressing Jian's father, "Mr. Jian, I am indeed feeling a bit unwell." Jian Zhe put on his shoes, took his keys, and left the house. After he left, Miss Liu asked Jian Rong, "Who is he going to see off?" "Sister Lian and an old gentleman." "It's probably Bai Lian and Teacher Cho." Jian Rong thought for a moment and explained, "They are both from Shangqing." "I see." Miss Liu did not ask further. The two of them enjoyed their conversation. Bai Lian returned to the hotel with Dean Jian. Close to 10 o'clock, Jiahao Hotel was still brightly lit. Dean Jian's car stopped at the entrance of the hotel, and Bai Lian got out of the back seat. The window of the back seat lowered, and Dean Jian looked at the road flowing with cars. "Aren't you returning to the hotel?" Bai Lian glanced at her phone, casually waved her hand at him, and succinctly said, "Waiting for someone." Without elaborating, Dean Jian did not inquire further. In June, Beijing's nights carried a noticeable chill, with the Song family's car stopped at a nearby red light. In the back seat, Song Min immediately noticed Bai Lian by the roadside. She wasn't standing very formally, but rather seated on a nearby round road bollard, with one leg casually propped up and her blue long dress spread out over the bollard, just barely touching the ground at the edges. Above her head was a white streetlight, its glow cascading down through the dust in the air, casting a cool light over her attire. She held her phone, seemingly texting someone, her slender fingers intermittently tapping the screen, with her elongated shadow reflected beside her by the street lamp. Song Min got lost in thought, and Bai Shaoqi in the back seat quickly noticed it. She followed Song Min's gaze looking out the car window. Even from the back, Bai Lian's distinctive aura was too pronounced not to recognize her. Bai Shaoqi had already seen in the class group chat that Bai Lian had come to Beijing. It was her first time seeing Bai Lian in person. She withdrew her gaze and asked Song Min, "How many marks do you think she'll score this time?" "Math and science are equally tough, I really don't know." Song Min came back to his senses, his expression cool and detached. As they talked, a black car pulled up beside Bai Lian. Both Song Min and Bai Shaoqi were familiar with the make, a Maybach. But there was something odd about this car. Its chassis seemed higher than the standard model, and the material of the body was different from what they were used to, especially the side and front windshields. Song Min was somewhat knowledgeable about cars. His gaze shifted back to the vehicle. When did they release this model? Bai Shaoqi didn't know. The driver, however, seemed thoughtful. He knew at a glance, this is a factory-modified vehicle. And the glass, the driver's fingers paused on the steering wheel, was that bulletproof glass? The car's rear door opened, and a tall, dark figure stepped out. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 530, Principle 213, You have not prepared enough banners. Second update, _1 The face couldn't be seen clearly, but under the shifting lights, there was an overwhelming aura about the person that felt imposing. Even from this distance, he seemed unapproachable and inviolable. It was as if he sensed the gaze from behind. The man looked over in this direction. Song Min and Bai Shaoqi were worldly. They had met the Yin family and the old master Yin in Jiangjing, and Bai Shaoqi had also met Principal Jian. But even so, across the traffic, they could feel the oppressive aura emanating from the man. It wasn't gentle at all, more like prey under the gaze of an alpha wolf, sending shivers down one's spine. This was a major intersection, with a long red light, finally turning green. The driver took a turn and the spine-chilling sensation that Song Min and Bai Shaoqi felt finally dissipated. "Who is he?" Bai Shaoqi exhaled, her eyes fixed on the rearview mirror, her pupils unreadable. Such an aura was rare to come by. Song Min pursed his lips. He must be from the Su family. He had heard that the Su family had a young master studying at Jiangjing University. The car returned to the Bai family residence, and the Song family members also got out, greeting Bai Qiming. Upon Bai Shaoqi's return, the household servants and the butler all put down what they were doing to greet her, everyone now holding her in high regard. "Dad," Bai Shaoqi removed her coat and handed it to the butler, then slowly took a wet wipe to clean her hands, her eyes lowered. "We saw sister just now on our way back." "Bai Lian." "Her." Bai Qiming nodded. He was preparing the guest list and waved at Bai Shaoqi. "Come here and take a look. is it enough to invite this many people to the celebration, or is someone missing? For this celebration, he not only invited the Bai family but also the relatives of Gui Yuking's maternal family. Bai Qiming didn't bring up Bai Lian again, and Bai Shaoqi smiled, not mentioning her either. After discussing with him, Bai Shaoqi returned to her room to continue her piano practice. The butler stood quietly behind Bai Qiming. Are we not going to Jiahao? Originally, Bai Qiming had planned to go to Jiahao Hotel to find Bai Lian and inquire about Deputy Director Zhou's affair, but now, Bai Shaoke successfully became Professor Jiang's student, and Bai Shaoqi obtained a ticket from Principal Luo. These events had a great impact on Bai Qiming. Forget it, Bai Qiming pondered for a long while before shaking his head. Jiahao Hotel. In Bai Lian's room, she took a bath first upon returning, and Jiang Fulai glanced at the furnishings of the small living room. He lazily touched the purple clay teapot on the table. The water was still hot. The service was satisfactory. He stood up straight, took the randomly placed music scores one by one off the table, and neatly put them away. No one realized that the 3 Chinese female soldiers had escaped from the dungeon. No one knew that one of their people had been killed by a Chinese female soldier. Xia Jinyuan, who was standing outside, calculated the time in his heart. Based on the little fox's actions, she must have already started the entire plan. She was the fuse for the 2 plans. As long as she started, the soldiers of the Shuyu unit and the Cloud Leopard Commando Brigade would immediately start moving. As for him, Xia Jinyuan stopped in his tracks and glanced at the wooden house with the lights on. His plan was about to start. At 9:10 p.m., half an hour since their retreat, the 5 of them finally entered the pitch-black mountain. The reconnaissance person of the Cloud Leopard Commando Brigade saw his comrades enter the mountain. He told all his comrades who were waiting, they've successfully retreated to the mountain. The tense Chinese soldiers finally relaxed. They blinked and lowered their heads to wipe the sweat off their faces. At this moment, there was a faint smile in their eyes. The most dangerous part of the mission was to rescue the female soldiers. The next step was to hurry and return to China quickly. This way, they would be able to complete the entire mission. The members of the Cloud Leopard Commando Brigade entered the public channel. As they panted heavily, they wiped the sweat that was about to seep into their eyes and smiled as they told their comrades, "We've entered the mountain safely. Well, wait for the rendezvous." Over. The team members looked at the female soldiers who almost fell to the ground after entering the mountain. Another female soldier was holding them, one on each side. As he spoke, he gave Yi Jian an OK sign that meant that they were temporarily safe. It was pitch black. Yi Jian didn't have any night traveling equipment, so she didn't see his hand signal. She only knew that after Zhou Yijin and Lulu entered the mountain, all their energy seemed to have been sucked dry. She needed to hold them properly. If not, the 2 of them would fall together. Take a break before leaving. Yi Jian held their hands tightly and comforted them. This was their first time experiencing a life-or-death race. It was normal for them to be nervous. Moreover, they were already very good. They had to persevere all the way for a smooth evacuation. Zhou Yijin was grabbing Yi Jian's arm tightly. This was the only way she could find the strength to support herself. She was so nervous that her throat hurt. She didn't speak and only nodded in reply to Yi Jian. Rest, she needed to rest. Her legs were so weak that she couldn't use any strength. If she was asked to leave, she wouldn't be able to take a step. The leader of the Cloud Leopard Commando Brigade put down the binoculars in his hand and replied to his comrades, "Roger that. Well, meet up in 10 minutes." The next morning, Bai Lian and Jiang Fulai returned to Shangqing together. Principal Jian came down to see her off, talking about Yan Lu's situation, while Jiang Fulai, holding his phone, stood by the car, only occasionally looking over. He had an aloof demeanor that kept people at bay. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know and report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 531, Principle 213, You have not prepared enough banners. Second update, _2 The elderly who following Dean Jian didn't look at him until the black car drove away. Only then did he turn his head back to Dean Jian. Do you know the person accompanying Miss Bai? He knew whom Dean Jian came for this time, and it seemed that Dean Jian had found what he was looking for. It was apparent from his good mood. I've never met her, but Dean Jian watched as Jiang Fulai's car disappeared into the distance, his thoughts seemingly adrift. His last name is Jiang. Jiang is a prominent surname in Jiangjing. It was just uncertain whether this particular Jiang was the Jiang they knew of or not. 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Bai Lian arrived at Purist Street. Jiang Fulai came back with her. Chen Zhu and Ji Hing had gone fishing today and hadn't returned, while Jiang he was also behind them. Bai Lian placed her suitcase in her room and then pushed open the door of the smaller room. The shouxian gong she prepared for Ji Hing hadn't been polished yet. Jiang Fulai took a stroll in the yard and followed her to the smaller room. He immediately saw the unpolished jade on the workbench. It was very similar to the piece he had received. This is, Jiang Fulai lowered his gaze. Bai Lian kicked a small stool over, sat down, turned on the machine, and began to polish. It's for Grandpa's shouxian gong. As she spoke, she leisurely lifted the shouxian gong in her hand, showing Jiang Fulai the details. Do you think there's any progress? As the last disciple of Liang Zuan, her skills in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting were exceptionally outstanding at that time. She was good at painting shouxian gong, but her sculptures weren't as vivid. However, having already carved a jade qilin, her technique was much more practiced, the lines flowed more smoothly. Even without being polished, the immortal peaches on the yellow jade seemed to bring the piece to life. It might not compare with professional craftsmen, but among amateurs, it was a dazzling work. Not at all, expressed Master Jiang with a sharp critique, it's not as good-looking as mine. Bai Lian really wanted to smash him with the jade. Director Chen returned quickly. June 23rd. Today, National High School exam scores are released. Bai Lian got up early to see 999 plus messages in the group chat of Class 15. It was rare for the students of Class 15 to get up so early. She put her phone down and went outside to wash up. Outside, Grandpa was already sitting at the stone table with breakfast on the side, holding a mobile phone in one hand and a tobacco pipe in the other, gesturing to Bai Lian, breakfast is ready. Grandpa, why are you up so early today? After washing up, Bai Lian also took a cup of water and sipped it slowly. Surprised. Ji Heng was on the phone with Shin Qing. When he heard Bai Lian's words and saw her totally nonchalant expression, he paused. Today, your high school exam results come out. Oh. Bai Lian sat across from him, casually picking up a bun to nibble on. She responded slowly. Her calmness implied a sense of confidence. Ji Heng, he stopped talking to Bai Lian and fished a piece of paper from his pocket, on which was noted the phone number to check exam scores. The national exam scores are checked through the same website, which would inevitably crash at the time. Even getting through by phone might not be possible. It was Ji Heng's first time checking someone's exam score, and he got the phone number from Jiang Fulai. He had memorized the number by heart over many days. The morning hours felt unbearable. Ji Heng would occasionally bring out his embroidery stand and sit on the embroidery stool to stitch a few strokes onto a cabbage. Moments later, he'd stand up again, grab the watering can, and water the few flowers in the yard. Inside the room, Bai Lian's door was open. She sat in front of the guzheng with simplified sheet music beside her, pressing on the strings, her phone on the side flashing with messages, yet she appeared casual and indifferent. After Ji Hing finished watering the flowers and heard the intermittent gushing music coming from Bai Lian's room, his mood also calmed. As soon as it struck 10 o'clock, Ji Hing didn't look at the series of numbers, he dialed the score inquiry number. The line was busy. He relentlessly redialed over and over, and after about 5 minutes, he finally got through. He squinted his eyes and reported Bai Lian's examination number and ID number. From the other end of the phone, an automated voice came through, Chinese, 0 mathematics, 0, total score, 0, something was off. Ji Hing frowned, hung up the phone, and checked again. The voice report was still 0. For the first time, the always languid and unhurried Ji Hing felt the urge to hit someone. Even if Bai Lian's grades were poor, they couldn't be 0, considering her previous performance, could they? The room was still filled with intermittent piano sounds. Ji Hing's phone rang. It was a call from Ji Xiaojun, likely asking about Bai Lian's exam performance. He casually hung up and then went to his own room to call Jiang Fulai. Jiang Fulai answered the phone just before it was about to hang up. He was quite surprised, casually put down the document in his hand, gestured for the person beside him to leave, and walked out of the machine room with a leisurely pace. You were looking for me? Xiao Jiang, Ji Hing frowned. Why does alien score show as 0 points? His voice was clearly anxious. He knew how hard Bai Lian worked. Sometimes when he got up at night to use the bathroom, the lights in Bai Lian's room were still on. Jiang Fulai realized that today was the day the college entrance examination results came out. He paused for a moment and then slowly explained to Ji Hing, it's not 0 points. To prevent universities from competing for student resources and to avoid excessive marketing of the top scorers in the entrance exam, the scores of the top 50 in the province are hidden and will only be released on the 26th. You mean? Alien scored in the top 50 of the province. Ji Hing's mind lingered on the top 50. Although Su Jiue had said that Bai Lian was very good at math and could be specially recruited into Jiangjing University, still. Knowing that Bai Lian scored in the top 50, Ji Hing couldn't help but feel dizzy. Meanwhile, Xiangqing No. 1 High School. Since the end of the college entrance exam, the principal and senior teachers at Xiangqing No. 1 High School had not been sleeping well. Today, as the results were released, the principal arrived at the computer room early in the morning. Along with the results, the cutoff scores were released, and the school also needed to calculate the pass rates for the first-tier and second-tier universities. Lu Lingxi also arrived early. When she arrived, the ashtray beside the principal was already filled with cigarette butts. Seeing her, the principal naturally raised his hand to greet her, Teacher Lu. As soon as the college entrance exam scores were released, they would also be synchronized to the school. By 10 o'clock, some teachers couldn't help but call their top students to ask about their exam scores. The principal, vice principal, and dean of studies all stood behind the technical staff, waiting for them to retrieve the students' entrance exam scores. Today, the scores of Bai Lian, Ning Xiao, and the others probably won't be available, the principal said slowly to Lu Lingxi as he looked at the frozen computer screen. The three of them should rank within the top 50 in the province. The top 50 in the province would not have their scores released for now. Beside him, Tang Ming's homeroom teacher came over with a phone in hand, clearly excited. I asked Tang Ming, his score has been hidden. Among the three of them, Tang Ming had the weakest scores. If his score was hidden, it was a sure thing for the other two. Our school will have at least 3 students within the top 50. Chen Zhu needs to be mentioned separately, the dean of studies said with a cup of hot water in his hand, his face splitting into a grin. Principal, you've prepared those banners well. The matter of the principal at No. 1 High secretly preparing banners had already been ridiculed several times over the past few days. With a cigarette pinched in his hand, upon hearing that Tang Ming's score was hidden, the principal also relaxed a lot and conversed with Lu Lingxi. Teacher Lu, have you asked Bai Lian and student Ning Xiao about their estimated scores? Lu Lingxi shook her head, about to speak, when suddenly, the homeroom teacher of Class 8, who was staring at the screen, spoke up, "Principal, the banners you've prepared might not be enough." "What?" The principal suddenly bent down to look at the computer. Half an hour had passed, and the college entrance examination scores had been pulled up. Flipping through the fluorescent computer screen, on the first page, 6 names had asterisks behind them: Bai Lian, Ning Xiao, Yang Lin, Tang Ming, Chen Zhu, Pu Xiaohan. Everyone could guess Bai Lian and Ning Xiao's 3. Chen Zhu was also predictable as he was an A student. No, the principal pointed at Yang Lin's name, his fingers trembling, his voice almost breaking. Where did these 2 come from? Especially this Yang Lin, how did she score higher than Tang Ming? This TM, how did another prodigy suddenly appear in their Xiangqing No. 1 high school? Lying down Anwen principal online begging for votes. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 532, 214 Hot Searches, Perfect Score SA_1 Lu Lingxi stood to the right of the principal and was also taken aback. She could understand Yang Lin's score. With the stakes so high and breaking free from limitations, Lu Lingxi would never be surprised by whatever heights Yang Lin might reach in the future. In this game of chess, Bai Lian and Yang Lin were both the players, and they clearly knew what they wanted. But Lu Lingxi stared at Lu Xiaohan's name, and as the homeroom teacher, she truly couldn't understand. She was well aware of the little things her students did. With the heavy workload of the 3rd year, apart from Bai Lian and the others, very few could complete their weekly papers. And Lu Xiaohan's homework was mostly copied from Bai Lian and Ning Xiao. How did she score in the top 50 of the province? Ms. Lu, how did your students do on the test? Lu Lingxi tapped her head and forced herself to remain calm. Don't ask me, I have no idea. Beijing is a major province for college entrance exams, with 900,000 candidates this year, a ratio that shows how intense the competition is. Having 6 within the top 50 might not be significant for other schools, but this is Xiangqing, a border city lagging behind first-tier cities in teaching resources and information. It's difficult to have even one in the top 50 in past years, and now there are 6, with 4 from the same class. Xiangqing No. 1 high school had never experienced such an event before. The principal's smile stretched from ear to ear. Set, let's order a few more banners. Although other teachers envied Class 15's 4 treasures, all of Xiangqing No. 1 high school's candidates scored well this year. With the scores of the 6 shielded students not yet out, the teachers quickly pulled up their own student scores to check the university admittance rate. This year's exam was difficult. With a perfect score of 750, the second-tier university cutoff line was only 431, and the first-tier 492. Last year's second-tier line was 499. We actually have 15 students above the first-tier line in our class. Our class has 13. The teachers of each class were organizing the class scores, and the computer lab was as lively as the new year. Ms. Lu, thanks to the study materials shared by your class. The study methods and mind maps of top students are also very important, and there's a high chance they are this year's Beijing's top scorers' methods. It is rare for a top student to take the time to share study methods and organize mind maps in detail with everyone. This year, Xiangqing No. 1 high school performed so well. Bai Lian and Ning Xiao played an indispensable role. Lu Lingxi found an available computer and pulled up the total scores of Class 15. Apart from the 4 students whose scores were not yet available, the other students' scores in Class 15 were also frighteningly high. We have been researching guardian beasts' evolution routes for 2,000 years, and now we have achieved remarkable results. Many guardian beasts can be found on the Beastmasters forum for their evolution routes. You can learn how to do it yourself. There are too many types of monsters, and even the mountains, rivers, and plants can evolve. In the spatial gate, there are always a bunch of previously unseen monsters that come out every year. It's impossible to know about the evolution route of all monsters, but we are always striving. That's right, even professional beast-raising masters dare not say they know all the evolution routes of guardian beasts. In any case, human beings have been researching guardian beasts for so many years, and there are still quite a few achievements. For many known guardian beasts, we have basically found one or two evolution routes. The evolution routes of all guardian beasts are closely related to the Beastmaster space. In the Beastmaster space, the probability of guardian beasts breaking through the species level is higher, and this is the reason why many highly intelligent monsters are now willing to sign a contract with humans. Even if you know one or two evolution routes, it is extremely difficult to help guardian beasts evolve to a higher species level. Yes, it is relatively easy to increase the combat power level, but the species level is really too difficult, and it depends on opportunities, which can only be encountered but not sought. The latest reply seemed to be an advertisement. Do you want to cultivate your own guardian beast? Come to our Tricking You Beast Raising Studio. Reasonable prices, no deception to children or the elderly. If you provide the materials yourself, it only costs 150,000 Union coins to increase the combat power level of a guardian beast within level 5. Our address is... Chen Fan was furious. You even said, trick you, do you think I am an idiot? However, soon that person sent another message. The previous one was a typo. It's Protecting You Beastmaster Studio, not Tricking You Beast Raising Studio. This damn input method. Is it really a problem with the input method? Chen Fan sneered. But the price quoted by this, Tricking You Beast Raising Studio, allowed him to roughly understand the current market for cultivating guardian beasts. Provide the materials yourself, and for a guardian beast within level 5, it costs 150,000 Union coins to increase a combat power level. Chen Fan opened Chengdu and searched for housing prices in East Sea City. He found that a 100 square meter house in East Sea City costs around 900,000 Union coins. Inside the city is the most expensive, outside the city is cheaper. So, including the materials, upgrading a guardian beast's combat power level to level 5 would cost more than a house in East Sea City's inner city. This is simply robbery. Do beast raising studios make so much money? Chen Fan suppressed his impulse and after reading through the replies one by one, he entered Ragdoll Cat Evolution Route in the forum search box. Several posts by professional beast raising masters immediately appeared. Awakened Ragdoll Cat Evolution Route, Ragdoll Cat Bloodthirsty Cat Star Space Shadow Cat. Below was a seemingly authenticated Beast Raising Masters evaluation. This is the best evolution route for an awakened Ragdoll Cat. Chen Fan couldn't help but be stunned. That's it. The best evolution route. Looking at this evolution route, when the Ragdoll Cat evolves to its final form, it becomes a Star Space Shadow Cat. This evolution route is the same as the ordinary evolution path shown in the system. However, on his system panel, there is also a hidden variant evolution path for Snowy, which is obviously much stronger than the normal evolution path. Moreover, on the system panel, Snowy's hidden variant evolution path ends with an ellipsis, obviously indicating that it can break through to even higher levels. But the normal evolution path stops abruptly at the Star Space Shadow Cat. Chen Fan then entered Wild Savage Ape Evolution Route in the forum search box. Wild Savage Ape Evolution Route, Wild Savage Ape Stone Skin Demon Ape Iron Skin Demon Ape. As expected, the ordinary evolution path given by the system is basically consistent with the evolution path searched on the forum. However, according to the forum's information, the Wild Savage Ape has only this one evolution path. But the system also provided a hidden variant evolution path, allowing the Wild Savage Ape to break through to the level of the Primordial Gray Ape and above. The difference between the two evolution paths is huge. Chen Fan took a deep breath, suppressed the shock and ecstasy in his heart once again, and opened 2 pages, entering combat power level and species level, respectively. Guardian beast levels are divided into combat power levels and species levels. Combat power level 1 to 5, ordinary, 6 to 10, elite, 11 to 15, leader, 16 to 20, war general, 21-25, commander, 26 to 30, king, 31 to 35, overlord, 36 to 40, emperor, 41 to 45, dominator. Species level, awakened, extraordinary, lord, monarch, legend, epic, myth. 7 species levels, each divided into low, medium, high. Combat power level is the strength level of the guardian beast, based on star power as a reference, and is only a rough estimate of the guardian beast's combat power. Species level represents the innate advantage and development potential of the guardian beasts, determining the upper limit for the combat power level of guardian beasts. However, this limit is not unbreakable. Once it's broken, it's possible to awaken even more powerful talents and abilities. The same combat power level only indicates that their star power is on the same level, and it does not mean that the actual strength of the guardian beasts is exactly the same because the species level needs to be taken into consideration. Lu Lingxi was genuinely afraid that Bai Lian would respond to that, sitting there with, "Sorry, I was born defiant, with no regrets." Thinking this, Lu Lingxi pressed her temples. This Bai Lian was truly capable of doing it. Until her college entrance exam scores were released, Lu Lingxi couldn't relax. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 533, 214 Hot Searches, Perfect Score SA_2. After all, Lu Lingxi had no doubt that she could make it into the top 50 in the province, even without the essay scores. Ji Hing's small courtyard. Upon learning that his exam scores were withheld, he grabbed his Go set and headed out to the streets to find someone to play Go with. Jiang He staggered out of bed and brushed his teeth. Ji Hing had stayed up all night, chatting with Jiang He, who didn't fall asleep until 3 in the morning. After brushing his teeth and washing his face, he stood by the phoenix tree where Ji Hing had recorded his height. Jiang He compared his hand to the mark from last month. There was hardly any change. He was just under 1.2 meters tall, his eyes black and glossy as he gazed at the height line. It took him a while to go to the kitchen with an absent look on his face. There were warm breakfast buns and milk that Ji Hing had left for him in the rice cooker. He took a bun and ate it slowly as he walked to Bai Lian's room. The violin still rested on the stand. Bai Lian sat at the desk with a pile of papers covered in abbreviated music notation beside her, and her phone rested on top of a document in front of her. She hadn't turned on the chat silencer. Today, the exam scores were released, and the messages in Class 15's chat group quickly hit 999+. Besides that, her WeChat friends were asking about her exam scores. "You're just getting up now." Bai Lian noticed Jiang He sitting beside her, nibbling on a bun. Jiang He wore a beige cotton and linen robe with Chinese knot buttons, the buttons shaped like bok choy. He swung his legs gently, feeling introspective and remaining silent due to the lack of growth from staying up all night. Bai Lian watched him stay silent, so she snatched his milk, leisurely inserted a straw, and started drinking. She then gestured for Jiang He to go get another bottle for himself. She sipped the milk through the straw and began taking photos of the completed music pieces with her phone. When she opened WeChat, she saw the group chat mentioning her. "Wing Chi, damn, our class has 4 students whose scores were withheld, at Bai Lian at Ningxiao. Lian sis, study God, I'll bear with it, but at Pu Shaohan, what's up with you? Wing Chi, I knew it, you all have been secretly working hard behind my back, haven't you?" The chat was overwhelmed with messages about students whose scores were withheld. Bai Lian had not checked her own scores, only learning they were withheld from the group's mentions. Thus, she discovered the existence of withheld scores. She exited the chat. Her online friend talked to her yesterday but didn't bother her today. Bai Lian then clicked on Dean Jian's profile to send him her new compositions. The Beijing concert had given her plenty of inspiration. After some revisions, she finally finished the pieces today. Dean Jian won. Another minute passed, and then he finally realized, today's the exam results release. How did you do? Dean Jian was the only one who hoped she would not be admitted to Jiangjing University and would go to Jiangyin instead. Bai Lian replied at her leisure, withheld student, get it? Dean Jian, he fell silent, just looking at the abbreviated music notation sent by Bai Lian. Ren family. Ren Wangxuan's exam scores had come out. Ren Qian was on the phone with Ren Jiawei, his expression filled with joy. Yes, 641 points, 89th in the province, within the top 100. Beijing University has already called, she can choose her major freely. Ren Wanxian had never achieved such good scores before. It was rare for someone from Xiangqing to make it into the provincial top 100, except for Chenju. It was clear that Ren Qian was overjoyed. He made calls one by one to report Ren Wangxuan's exam scores. On the side, the house staff also offered their congratulations to Master and the young miss. Ren Qian, with beaming joy, said, the young miss did well, it's just a pity she's in the same year as Chenju. Then he turned to Ren Wanxian beside him, Xian, how much did Chenju score? Ren Wanxian held her phone and remained silent. Her phone displayed the chat for Class 8, and everyone from her class had done very well. Ren Wanxian also performed beyond expectations and should have been happy, but she fixated on a message in the group, class representative, 6 students with withheld scores, are from class 15. Bai Lian, Ning Xiao, they are all there. Rumor has it, it's possible that Bai Lian is the top scorer in Beijing this time. Bai Lian and Ning Xiao were expected to be in the top 50, she could have predicted that. But why is Pu Xiaohan, someone whose name I've never heard, also among them? And Tang Ming, at the very beginning, was just within the top 10 in school. She didn't even make the top 50, so how did he manage to get there? Ren Wanxian didn't answer Ren Qian. Clutching her phone, she ran upstairs with her head down. What's with this child? Ren Qian watched Ren Wangxuan's retreating figure, was momentarily stunned, then chuckled, scoring so high and still not satisfied. Someone next to him said, Miss is just demanding of herself. Holding his phone, Ren Qian squinted slightly. I wonder how much Ji Hing's granddaughter scored. He asked Ji Xiaorong and Ren Jiawei, but both said they didn't know. Now that was strange. The 25th. This year, the rate of students from Xiangqing High School gaining admission to top universities reached an unprecedented 21%. Although it can't compare with Beijing High School, it is definitely potential provincial key high school material, especially since the scores of 6 students are still to be released. The freshmen and sophomores haven't been let off for summer break yet. The school's teachers are all abuzz, as the experiences and mind maps of the study gods from the senior class have already been photocopied for their use. The homeroom teachers of the senior class are tallying up the subject scores and averages. In the principal's office, he has already ordered a new banner and, at his own expense, purchased a load of fireworks and firecrackers, along with 2 big boxes of celebration candy. Lu Lingxi, holding the printed results, went to the principal's office and saw the 2 boxes of candy on the floor. Teacher Lu, upon seeing Lu Lingxi, the principal greeted her cheerfully. Did Ning Xiao estimate a score of 700? I just heard that Song Min from Beijing estimated around 690. This year's provincial top scholar is definitely from our school, it's just a question of whether it's Ning Xiao or Bai Lian. Lu Lingxi nodded and handed the report card to the principal. He mentioned it. Why don't you seem happy? The principal was puzzled. Not at all, Lu Lingxi sighed and changed the subject. is it difficult to be promoted to a provincial key high school? With a 21% rate to top-tier universities and the provincial top scholar in our school, the principal calmly picked up his tea, confident of victory. It's not difficult at all. Being promoted to a provincial key high school is indeed a good thing. After Lu Lingxi delivered the results, she headed to her own office. Along the way, she encountered many teachers who congratulated her. The homeroom teacher of the liberal arts class, who often visited Lu Lingxi's class, also stopped her. How did Bai Lian fare in Chinese this time in your class? There was a full mark composition in the exam this year. What full mark composition? Lu Lingxi stopped. The sunlight spilled onto her face. She was somewhat dazed. A full mark essay from this year's exam was leaked online without the candidate's name, the liberal arts teacher remarked. I've only ever seen full mark essays written by Bai Lian. I wonder how she did on the college entrance exam essay. Getting a full mark in the Chinese essay is no easy feat. Upon hearing about the full mark essay, Lu Lingxi suddenly had a strong premonition. She quickly finished speaking with the liberal arts teacher and opened the short video app on her phone. While some student scores are still unreleased, the full mark essay has been prematurely shared by officials. In recent years, there's rarely been a full mark essay in the college entrance exam, but as soon as the officials showcased it, it climbed to the top of the short video search rankings. Lu Lingxi just clicked in and saw the third on the hot search list, college entrance exam full mark essay, hot, general, in the 25th year of Red Yuan. General Bai Li defended Xiangqing. The drumbeat abruptly started, rousing the general from sleep at midnight. He dressed and went alone to the high walls, facing 10,000 cavalry enemies ahead and behind, a million commoners of Xiangqing. Yet Xiangcheng's provisions were incomplete, with survival hanging by a thread. The north has not yet been subdued, the enemy persists. Amidst this dire strait, the general vowed to give his life for the public cause. How to retreat? Thus, he stood with the people, guarding the city gates. The general dedicated half his life to the military, fought across all 9 provinces, willing to face death in battle without regret. What regrets does he have? You've not seen his son abandoning the pen to take up arms and slay the enemy's horses. You've not seen his loyal cavalry drinking to their heart's content in the northern wastes. You've not seen today's serene rivers and a prosperous, peaceful Chang'an. The general's sword has drunk the blood of 1,000 autumns, his bones buried in the yellow sand. He now enjoys the sunset's glow. Today, the festive banners fly red over the 4 seas, on an eastern campaign thousands of miles, planting peach blossoms in bloom. Epilogue, General, is today's sunset beautiful beneath the towers of Xiangqing? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know and report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 534, National Top Scorer in Exam 215, Second Update, _1. Seeing the first sentence, Lu Lingxi knew right away who the article was about, Bai Li, the great General Bai Li. The writer had used the most succinct language to recount General Bai Li's last night in Xiangqing, and because of the popular show, Great Yong, the 3 members of the Bai family were at the height of their fame. This perfect essay was released at just the right time to generate a lot of attention. The comments below, although the Bai family left no descendants, looking at the words of this student, I suddenly want to believe that there truly is a legacy in this world. Now that you mention it, I suddenly feel so romantic, tearfully running. It seems like the people of the Bai family were born for Xiangqing. I suddenly want to go to the Xiangqing building to see the sunset too. +1, I didn't go to Internet Celebrity Street in Xiangqing last year, nobody can stop me now. +ID number, I've had this thought while watching Great Yong. Lu Lingxi was fixated on the characters on the screen. She recognized the unique library script style, it was Bai Lian's handwriting. Lu Lingxi put down her phone and finally exhaled, it was unexpected yet also made sense. Xiangqing No. 1 high school liked to assign historical poetry about the Bai family, and even with the most obscure topics, Bai Lian had never made a mistake. It seemed not so surprising that she could write this essay from the perspective of General Bai. Lu Lingxi sat at her office desk, opened her water bottle to take a sip, and forced herself to calm down. Meanwhile, someone in class 15 also stumbled upon this perfect essay. Bai Lian's library script was so uniform in size and spacing that it looked like it was printed, leading netizens to unconsciously assume that the article was typed by a machine. Except for class 15. Pu Xiaohan quietly took a screenshot of the trending video and shared it to the class group. Isn't this Bai Lian's handwriting? The writing was neat and beautiful, giving a surreal feeling even through the screen. Although Bai Lian always scored full marks in Chinese, and the poem following this essay was arrogant and haughty, much like Bai Lian's unconstrained style. But, after all, it was a perfect essay, and no one in class 15 dared to be sure. Wing Qi, at Bai Lian, sis, did you write this? Bai Lian was sitting under a banyan tree. The shade was just right, her dress hem touched the ground, and a banyan leaf had fallen next to her hand. She was leisurely discussing musical composition with Jian Zhongyo. Suddenly tagged, Bai Lian clicked into the class group. She had intended to respond to Wing Qi with a question mark, but when she saw the screenshot on the screen, her pale fingertips froze on the display. In the courtyard, Director Chen was discussing fishing spots with Ji Hing. With Bai Lian's results due out tomorrow, Ji Hing wanted to go fishing today and invite a few acquaintances to eat together tomorrow. Jiang Fulai stood beside Ji Hing, helping them check out the new fishing gear. Yu Guang noticed Bai Lian seemed to be in a different mood. Jiang Fulai paused slightly. He handed the fishing rod to Director Chen, who quickly took it and continued the discussion with Ji Hing. Jiang Fulai walked over to Bai Lian. The noon sun wasn't so glaring, filtering through the leaves and falling on him. He looked down. They're going fishing, do you want to go? Bai Lian came back to her senses, looked up, her dark eyes reflecting the gentle glitter of light. I won't go. I want to go see the building. She gently picked up the banyan leaf that had fallen next to her hand. The Xiangqing building had been refurbished. Thanks to the broadcast of Great Yong, Xiangqing had also become a hot tourist spot recently, with crowds flocking to the old Xiangqing building every day. Beside the huge windmill stood a Great Yong film studio, where many realistic settings had been constructed in a short time. Jiang Fulai's car was parked in the parking lot. Bai Lian got out of the passenger side, needing to walk part of the way to the building because of the large number of people. Jiang Fulai was only wearing a white t-shirt, lazily grabbed a hat and put it on himself, tilting it down slightly, the brim almost completely covering his face. The sense of aloofness about him was significantly lessened. Even so, he and Bai Lian still attracted quite a few glances from passers-by, their appearance and temperament so superior that if it weren't for his inherently unapproachable nature, they might have already been snapped up by street photographers and ended up on trending searches. Jiang Fulai and Bai Lian stood side by side at the foot of the building, looking up at the tower that was worn by time. His pale eyes rested on the Xiangqing characters that had been repaired above. Next to him, Bai Lian stood still, quietly watching. About 10 minutes later, she withdrew her gaze and led him to climb up the building. The two reached the bottom of the stairs. Suddenly reminded of something, with what looked like an endless staircase ahead, Bai Lian raised her hand to block the sunlight. The sunlight enveloped her in a glittering halo. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 535, 215 National Top Scorer, Second Update, _2 She showed some hesitation, maybe you shouldn't go up. Jiang Fulai pursed his lips, lowered his gaze, and his pale pupils were always cold. He looked at her without saying a word. He always had that refined but distant demeanor, yet his ink-dyed brows and eyes now seemed to carry a hint of accusation. Bai Lian paused. "Never mind, if you want to come up, then come up." The Xiangqing building was very long, with countless steps. It would take 2 hours to reach the end. But for Bai Lian, it was as easy as walking on level ground. She could run it 800 times without gasping for breath. After walking a section of the stairs, Bai Lian checked on Zhang Fulai, noting that aside from slower footsteps, his breathing was almost unchanged before she eased her mind. However, she still slowed her pace, chatting with him while walking towards the middle. It was past 5 in the afternoon. The two finally reached the top of the city wall. At this time, the sun had not set, but around the bright red sun, the clouds had already been dyed in various colors. Bai Lian propped her hands on the city wall and looked up at the sunset over the mountains, her black hair somewhat disheveled by the wind. Her posture was casual and relaxed, her gaze facing the wind. "The sunset glow here is really nice," she commented. Zhang Fulai removed his cap, lazily resting one hand on the wall. His simple, clean clothes were worn with a cold elegance. Standing shoulder to shoulder with her, he looked in the direction she was looking at. His back was straight, yet his demeanor was relaxed, always exuding an effortless nobility. "Indeed, it's not bad." Bai Lian glanced at him and then smiled. Bai Li didn't leave a corpse behind. The enemy had taken his body away. Bai Zhongyu had been the top scholar in both the regional and provincial examinations. Chen Yi had jokingly asked him if he was aiming for the honor of top scholar in the national examination as well, to ride a horse down the street in celebration. Unfortunately, just before the final examination, he received news of Bai Li and rushed to Xiangqing to take over Bai Li's position. Bai Zhongyu said that the yellow sands beneath Xiangqing were where Bai Li lay buried. Bai Lian believed him. Neither of them spoke again. The sunset gradually reddened the sky, the light pouring over them, causing Bai Lian's skirt to flutter in the breeze. In front of them was the sunset, and beneath their feet the city wall. It was like a richly colored oil painting. Many people came to Xiangqing building to check in, but few ever reached the highest point. Only a few girls not far away. They were a bit tired and sat cross-legged in a skewed position, facing the direction ahead. They both looked so good. The girl sitting in the middle couldn't take her eyes off the young man and woman standing at the very edge of the city wall, sighing in admiration. On June 26, the scores for the students blocked from the college entrance examination were released. The fervor over the college entrance examination scores had already passed. The media had finished reporting everything that needed to be reported, but at this moment, the top universities around the country were tense. Especially Beijing High School. The principal hadn't even gotten out of bed when he received a call from Director Pan of the Education Bureau, who urged him on the phone, "Why are you still sleeping? I'm already at the school." The principal, having been excited all night, had just fallen asleep when the phone awoke him. He got up to check the time on his phone. It was only 5 o'clock. Understanding Director Pan's feelings, and since the principal couldn't sleep either, he simply got up, washed his face, took his keys, and went to the school. Director Pan was already waiting by the conference room door. "Where is Teacher Liu? Why hasn't she arrived yet? The head of the bureau and the others are waiting for me to report the scores of Bai Lian and Ning Xiao." Beijing High School was being quietly isolated by other schools. Fortunately, the overall results of this exam were good. If either Bai Lian or Ning Xiao secured the top provincial ranking, all the difficulties would be resolved, and the peak moment for Ziyang Cheng's education would arrive. "Don't worry," the principal turned on the lights and boiled a pot of water. "I have already notified Teacher Liu." Lu Lingxi was rushed over by several calls from the principal. She was the homeroom teacher of Bai Lian and Ning Xiao, and their ID cards and admission tickets were in her possession. When Lu Lingxi arrived, the homeroom teachers of Class 8 and Tang Ming's class were already there. On the 26th, there was less traffic on the score-checking website, and it was no longer lagging. As soon as Lu Lingxi arrived, she saw the scores displayed on the computer screen of Class 8's homeroom teacher. They belonged to Chenju. Name, Chenju. Subject, Score, National Ranking Chinese, 127 Mathematics, 121 English, 132 Science, 258 Total, 648 Provincial Ranking, 41 National Ranking, 1189. As it was the college entrance examination scores, there was no school ranking, but a provincial rank of 41 and a national rank within 1,000 had already broken Ziyang Cheng's historical record. Director Pan adjusted his glasses, and his eyes brightened. Very good, well done, Teacher Lu. Are you here? Please check your class student scores quickly. Lu Lingxi clearly couldn't wait for Bai Lian and Ning Xiao either. These two always worked at a snail's pace. Last night, Bai Lian said she was printing her paper when Lu Lingxi sat right in front of the computer, took out the class statistics sheet, and first entered Ning Xiao's name and examination number. Today there was no delay. The school system was faster at releasing scores than any other place. Director Pan watched the page without moving and spoke to the principal. Ning Xiao's estimated score is 700, right? Could he be in the national top 100? Not sure. The principal, the data personnel, and the homeroom teacher of Class 8, among others, all stood behind Lu Lingxi, almost holding their breath. Even if not in the top 100, there should be within the top 200. Jingjing University should have. In just 2 seconds, the page appeared. Name, Ning Xiao. Chinese, 139 Mathematics, 141 English, 148 Science Comprehensive, 290 Total Score, 718 Provincial Rank, 2 National Rank, 6. As the scores refreshed, the principal's unfinished words suddenly stopped, and the classroom fell silent, leaving only the beep-beep sound of the printer and the sound of the air conditioner running. Director Pan stared at the ranking at the bottom and didn't dare utter a word. After a long while, the usually composed Class 8 homeroom teacher, Teacher Li, couldn't hold back, exclaiming, "This, national rank 6? No. Teacher Lu, check it again." One teacher found it unbelievable and asked Lu Lingxi to verify once more. Lu Lingxi's fingers stiffly pressed the enter key again. It was indeed national rank 6. The office was still silent. Xiangqing High School had only ever competed with Beiqing High School. The teachers, the principal, and the people from the Xiangqing Education Bureau had always hoped that Bai Lian and Ning Xiao would perform a bit better, but even in their wildest dreams, they only hoped to surpass Song Min. As for the national ranking, they had never participated, so they had never even dared to dream of it. Director Pan, leaning on the principal's arm, almost sat down on the ground, murmuring in a daze, "Principal, didn't you say his estimated score of 700 would be about rank 100 in the national papers? With these scores, even Song Min couldn't have achieved this, could he? Is this rank 100? The principal didn't answer. He was fixated on the second-to-last line. Provincial rank 2. Without taking his eyes off of it, the principal spoke, "Lu, Teacher Lu, check Bai Lian's score." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in the conference room came to their senses, and Director Pan, trembling, said, "Ning Xiao is ranked 2nd in the province. She must be 1st, right?" The director of instruction swallowed and boldly imagined, "Ning Xiao is 6th, she's 5th. Or, 4th, 3rd. Her usual scores were much higher than Ning Xiao's." Lu Lingxi reopened the page, her fingers trembling somewhat. She moved several times without entering the correct numbers. The homeroom teacher of Class 8, unable to stand by any longer, directly snatched the mouse from Lu Lingxi's hand, compared Bai Lian's ID number with her examination number, entered the numbers, and pressed enter. As everyone speculated, Bai Lian's score appeared. Name, Bai Lian. Chinese, 150 Mathematics, 150 English, 150 Science Comprehensive, 300 Total Score, 750 Provincial Rank, 1 National Rank, when the voices in the office that were still guessing suddenly disappeared, leaving only the sound of breathing. All eyes were on the computer screen, viewing the last line of ranking. National rank, 1, National Exam Champion. In an era when women were not allowed to take part in the imperial examinations, the champion title that Bai Lian was owed from that period, she claimed in this new era. It was as if she was proclaiming to the whole world, the Bai family's young miss from those years had forcefully reoccupied everyone's attention. Won't you take a ticket to celebrate for Sister Lian? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 536, 216 Paratroopers first to drop, detonating _1 Bai Lian appeared before the teachers at the first high without any prior warning or groundwork, catching them all off guard. Lu Lingxi stared at the computer screen, scanning the entire set of results from top to bottom again. The usually composed her was now bewildered and confused. It wasn't fourth or third place that the audacious director of instruction had imagined, but first. In Xiangqing, where it was already difficult to have a student get into Jiangjing University, to have one secure the first place in the national exams. It was something never before seen in the history of Xiangqing First High. The most the principal of First High dared to hope for was to surpass Song Min and take the first place in Beijing. Song Min was a rare genius in Beijing, and even surpassing him was considered their limit. But now, not only one student had surpassed Song Min, Ning Xiao had easily climbed past him to be among the top 10 in the national exam. And Bai Lian, it was even more unbelievable. The title of provincial top scorer and the national top scorer were two entirely different concepts. If it had been a student from Jiangjing who had achieved the national top scorer, no one would have been surprised. After the national exams were standardized, many people were dissatisfied. The resources and education that Xiangqing received were completely different from Jiangjing. With such a disparity in information, it was nearly impossible for students from Xiangqing to excel. All the teachers present knew that Bai Lian had switched from liberal arts to science. Under such circumstances, Bai Lian directly secured the top spot in the national exam. The conference room was still filled only with the sound of the air conditioning, as everyone, including the principal, watched on bated breath. These individuals had all weathered countless storms, but now, in the face of Bai Lian's abnormal ranking, they were still shaken, completely unable to express their thoughts. Several minutes later, the homeroom teacher of Class 8 was the first to snap back to reality. He checked Bai Lian's ID number again, inputting it one digit at a time before pressing the enter key with a clack. It was still that score and that ranking. This press of the enter key seemed to flip a switch in the conference room, and the principal could no longer support Director Pan. Holding his phone with trembling hands, Director Pan notified the Office of the Education Bureau about the great news: first place, first in the national exam. The Director of Instruction removed his glasses, wiping them with the corner of his clothes. "Principal, your banners were not prepared enough." The principal had only secretly prepared a banner for the provincial top scorer. "Teacher Liu, your class 15 really is." Tang Ming's homeroom teacher came back to his senses. The others congratulated Lu Lingxi. "Congratulations, Teacher Liu, for having such outstanding students as Bai Lian and Ning Xiao." Lu Lingxi, listening to the other teachers, remembered when Bai Lian first came to class 15 with a score of 85 in integrated science. Who would have thought that a year later, not only did Bai Lian not repeat the year, but also secured the top spot in the national exam. "Okay," Lu Lingxi took a photo of the computer screen with her phone, and then said, "We still have 2 students in our class who haven't checked their scores. They were Yang Lin and Pu Xiaohan." "Oh right," the principal, giddy with joy, was getting the factory to rush out printing banners. "There are 2 more students. Pu Xiaohan with a 654, Yang Lin with a 691, the same score as Tang Ming." However, as Yang Lin's student number came before Tang Ming's, she ranked ahead of him. Your class really did well in Chinese, the homeroom teacher of Class 8 commented as he looked at their Chinese scores. Pu Xiaohan scored 141 in Chinese, Yang Lin 140, and Tang Ming only 129. Lu Lingxi indeed knew how to teach. The average Chinese score of Class 15 was always 10 points higher than the other classes. They must have written their essays quite well, Lu Lingxi was not surprised. Meanwhile, the grinning principal couldn't stop smiling. Yang Lin, Pu Xiaohan, and Tang Ming have done very well, extremely well. Any one of these three scores would have shattered the historical rankings of Xiangqing First High. Prepare the honor roll quickly. Tomorrow morning at 8:08, we will celebrate at the school gate. The principal was already in contact with the banner rush orders. Hang them all, said Director Pan, who had finished his phone call. Let's also hang a few at the entrance of the Bureau of Education. He exchanged a glance with the principal, and they could both see the thoughts in each other's eyes. This time, Xiangqing First High was truly soaring to the heavens, national number 1 and 2 in the top 10. 6 within the top 50 of the province. Be modest in demeanor, but grand in deeds. However, with such great results from Xiangqing First High this time, it may be impossible to keep a low profile. Xingyi Martial Arts School. Bai Lian arrived early and was bending over to remove the last silver needle from Su He's thigh. Pu Xiaohan held a video camera, capturing the details at the side. How does it feel? She asked, straightening up slightly and casting her eyes down to inquire about Su He's condition. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 537, 216 Paratroopers First to Drop, detonating _2 Su He stood up, his fists clenched, his arm muscles bulging, feeling the abundant strength within his body. After over 2 months of acupuncture, he had fully recovered to his previous condition. Miss Bai, Su He looked at Bai Lian, excitement barely concealed on his stern face. I seem to have fully recovered. Bai Lian put away her silver needles and nodded slightly. The phone vibrated several times, and Bai Lian took out her phone. Beside her, Hall Master Jean asked Bai Lian, Miss Bai, are you going to Jiangjing soon? Soon. Bai Lian nodded. She swiped open the screen and saw several text messages. Hello, classmate, this is Teacher Chen from the admissions office of Jiangjing University. First of all, congratulations on achieving such outstanding results in the college entrance examination. We will be in Xiangqing by 10 a.m. tomorrow. We hope to discuss the details of enrollment and major with you. If you have any questions, please call this number. Apart from Jiangjing University, there were messages from other schools too. Bai Lian had never experienced the warfare of modern schools. If it weren't for the fact that her phone rarely received spam messages, she might have mistaken these texts for marketing ads. At her side, Su He quietly asked Hall Master Jean, looking somewhat hesitant, Miss Bai is going to Jiangjing? He had been in Xiangqing for more than 2 months and had not seen Su Nanjing. He had thought the Su family might have forgotten about this place. Did Bai Lian mean she was going back? Hall Master Jean nodded. Miss Bai is going to go to school in Jiangjing. Going to school in Jiangjing. Su He followed Hall Master Jean in surprise, accompanying him as he saw off Bai Lian. Pu Xiaohan packed up her camera. Today, a few shielded students received their scores, and Ji Hing had invited these hard-working kids from Class 15 to dinner. And Pu Xiaohan also planned to show the graduation video she had filmed to Ji Hing. After getting his confirmation, she would post the last video of the 3rd year of high school to her account, formally bidding farewell to their senior year. Jiangjing. Old Mrs. Su paced back and forth in the study. In front of the computer, Su Jius sat upright, entering her admission ticket number and ID number. Behind her, Ji Mulan watched the computer screen intently, without looking away. Su-an held a cup of tea, also appearing calm. Old madam, the young lady also said she got all the scores she should have. The butler smiled. The papers were so difficult this year. Second place in the country is definitely not a problem. The old lady turned the sandalwood Buddha beads in her hands, remaining silent. Don't put too much pressure on Yaya. Su-an looked at Su Ziyu's slightly trembling hands. Su Ziyue carefully pressed the enter key, and a row of scores appeared. Name, Su Ziyue Chinese, 141 Mathematics, 142 English, 150 Science Comprehensive, 292 total score, 725 city ranking, 2 national ranking, 3 Ji Mulan, seeing these excellent scores, couldn't help but cover her belly, now visibly showing months of pregnancy. National ranking 3rd, this was the first time she felt such overtly high scores. 725, a few points higher than what you estimated. Old Mrs. Su stood behind her, immediately seeing Su Ziyu's scores, which were higher than her estimates. This meant Su Ziyue had performed beyond expectations, and it was normal for her to rank second in the city. Pity, why today's college entrance examination had to coincide with the Liang family. The old lady's words were cut off midway as she suddenly saw the last line. National ranking, 3rd. The butler also exclaimed in shock, Miss, aside from that Liang student, who else scored higher than you? Su Ziyue could not think of anyone. She pushed up her black-rimmed glasses and took out her phone to inquire about Liang Yue's scores. Su-an stood behind Su Ziyue. He didn't understand much about this year's college entrance exam, but he had heard Su Ziyue and Su Wenya discussing its difficulty. 3rd in the country, Ye is already very impressive. Wen Yao was only in the top 10 back then. The question now is who is second. First place was undoubtedly Liang Wuyu without a doubt. Old Mrs. Su had always thought Su Ziyue could be second. Hearing now that it was 3rd, she couldn't help feeling a bit disappointed in her heart. But even if it was 3rd place, it was still an unprecedented high score for the Su family. She held the Buddha beads, brought her hands together, her mouth mumbling, May Buddha bless us. Butler, is the hotel booked? At that moment, Su Ziyue also received a screenshot sent by Liang Wuyu. She whispered carefully, this isn't right, something is very wrong this year. Liang Dog isn't first. The first place isn't from our school. What? Su-an jumped in shock. Jiangjing High had always been the best school in the country, with every year's national top scorer emerging from there. This year in Jiangjing, many had been betting whether the top scorer would be Liang Wuyu or Su Ziyue. No one thought the national top scorer would be someone not from Jiangjing. Su-an bent down, looking at the screenshot on Su Ziyu's phone. Chapter 538, 216 Paratroopers first to drop, detonating _3, name, Liang Wuyu total score, 736 city ranking, 1 national ranking, 2, it's actually not him, Su-en said, looking at those incredible scores. The exam questions this year were so difficult, and yet a score of 736 wasn't enough to be the top scorer. Where did this dark horse come from? Our principal is also looking into it, Su Ziyue murmured. How monstrously well did this person do to not come first with 736 points? Ji Mulan was happy for Su Ziyue. Being 3rd in the nation was something she had found difficult to come by in the past. If the nation's top scorer were to appear in the Su family, what kind of sensation would that cause? Chief Chen was invited to Ji Heng's house for dinner today. He had just gone fishing with Ji Heng yesterday and was now leisurely sitting beside the stone table in the courtyard. Ji Heng was the one cooking, and the neighbor next door came over to help. As a guest, Chief Chen was chased out of the kitchen. By Chief Chen's side, Tang Ming, baiting on a leaf, sat on a stone next to him, one leg slightly bent. His expression wasn't great, and Chief Chen, subconsciously thinking he hadn't done well on the exams, didn't bring up their scores. Not until Tang Ming spoke to Pu Xiaohan, Yang Lin really got 691. Banyan leaves gently fell onto his leg, which he flicked away with his hand. Yeah, Bu Xiaohan said sympathetically, how did you only get 691? Tang Ming felt as if his heart had turned to ash, already anticipating what Jiang Fulai's expression would be when he arrived. I did too poorly in Chinese. Don't you think your Chinese exam was too freakish? Chief Chen sat beside the two. He took a drag from his cigarette and started to feel something was off halfway through listening. Chief Chen took part in the betting pool for this year's Jiangjing College entrance exam. Although he had been out of touch with the college entrance exam for a long time and wasn't too concerned about it, he had heard that the exam was difficult this year. You scored 691 on the college entrance exam. He remembered Bai Lian's total score of 450, and upon hearing Tang Ming's 691, he reflexively asked. Tang Ming, seeing Jiang Fulai's cool and distinguished figure appear at the entrance of the yard from the corner of his eye, grimaced, Uncle Chen, can't you stop poking at my wound? 691 points on the college entrance exam, a wound? Chief Chen's mind was a mess. Jiang Fulai came bearing wine, his slender fingers holding the neck of the bottle, placing the pottery jar of wine casually on the stone table. His hair partly obscured his brow, casting faint shadows on his face. Tang Ming hurriedly got up from the ground. Teacher Jiang Fulai, dressed in a simple casual outfit, swept a cold gaze over Tang Ming with his faint eyes. His features were sharp and fierce, and without uttering a word, he walked past him with an air of, do I know you, as if he already knew about Tang Ming scoring the same as Yang Lin. Tang Ming, finally, Chief Chen came to his senses. Xiao Tang, you scored 691 on this year's college entrance exam? Yeah. Tang Ming was despondent. Chief Chen asked without thinking, with such a high score, why do you look like that? Tang Ming looked up, his tone numb. Bai Lian 750, the academic god 718. And me, with the same mere 691 as Yang Lin, who hardly studied at all, will probably have to sleep with my eyes open tonight. Bai Lian, 750 for the college entrance exam. Ning Xiao, 718. 2 691s. Chief Chen slowly looked up, confirming Tang Ming wasn't joking. After a long while, he turned to look at Tang Ming, who sat with a gloomy face, then raised his eyes to see Ning Xiao coming out carrying a pile of fruit. He glanced at Pu Xiaohan taking photos with a camera, and finally, let his gaze fall in the direction of Bai Lian's room. The sunlight filtered through the gaps in the banyan leaves, spilling into Chief Chen's eyes. Dazed, he suddenly realized, who among Jiang Fulai's acquaintances isn't complex? Bai Lian's room door was open. He was playing chess beside her. Her guqin was placed by the window, and at the moment, she was sitting on the piano stool with the composition from Ding Jian by her side. Her left hand pressed the strings of the guqin, while her right hand lazily picked up the ringing phone. The caller was the principal of Xiangqing No. 1 High School. Congratulations, Bai student. Thank you. Bai Lian casually plucked the strings, her voice as cool as ever, her tone indifferent and lazy. Even though the principal had anticipated Bai Lian would be calm, he hadn't expected her to be this composed. The Education Bureau and local media reporters want to interview you. The principal paused for several seconds before continuing to inquire, is it convenient for you right now? No, thank you. Bai Lian refused. The principal wasn't surprised by her response. Okay, we've prepared some scholarships for you. When will it be convenient for you to come and collect them? There will be a celebration ceremony at the school gate tomorrow. But I suggest you don't come for a while. The school's phones have been overwhelmed with calls from reporters. Bai Lian listened carefully until the principal finished speaking, then hung up the phone. A shadow loomed overhead. Bai Lian put down her phone and looked up at the approaching Jiang Fulai. His typically aloof gaze fell on her, his casual jacket zipped up to the collar. National exam top scorer, to the grasslands or to Jiangjing first? Bai Lian came back to her senses. Her eyes drifted past him to the banyan tree swaying in the wind outside the window, the grasslands. She weighed the principal's words. Xiangqing was recently flooded with reporters and nosy folks. Thinking of the numerous messages on her phone from various universities, she paused. Maybe we should leave earlier. Jiangjing Affiliated High School. The principal and the grade director were holding the score sheets. They were looking at Liang Wuyu and Su Ziyu's rankings, exchanging glances. I originally thought that with Liang Wuyu, these two people, this year's candidates were at a disadvantage. The principal of the affiliated school lifted his head, putting down the score sheet. Now it seems that it's rather Liang Wuyu and the others who are unfortunate to encounter this student. Where is this student from again? The grade director checked his phone. Xiangqing, and there's also another named Ning Xiao, Xiangqing. The principal squinted, taking a while to recall where Xiangqing was. This year's college entrance exam, Jiangjing University will also be lively. Want it, Jiangjing University. Bai Lian's score had been locked, and it took the admissions office quite some time to locate her results. Currently, in the principal's office. Principal, this is the profile of Bai Lian from Xiangqing No. 1 High School. A perfect score. The principal of Jiangjing University took the score sheet and scanned it up and down, unable to hold back his surprise. No, we already thought Liang Wuyu was rare in recent years. Where exactly does she come from? The admissions office was also puzzled. After the principal had his say, he slapped the table decisively. Together with the admissions office, I will go to Xiangqing. I just knew this year's college entrance exam seemed unusually difficult. We must retain her. Have you checked which major she likes? The admissions staff hurried to keep up. Don't worry, everything is arranged. The car is downstairs. Whatever major she likes is fine. We've arranged a PhD advisor for every major. Xiangqing, the principal of Jiang University, strode out of the office, muttering these two words softly. He knew this year's college entrance exams might not be simple, but he hadn't expected them to be this spectacular. It was like gods battling. When had the college entrance exam been this lively? A perfect score. The last time it was during Jiang Ziju's cohort, a prodigy's college entrance exam. Concealing scores was meant to prevent media and businesses from overly sensationalizing the exam and causing inconvenience to the students. However, this year's college entrance exam saw a dark horse from Xiangqing emerging from nowhere, overpowering the geniuses of Jiangjing Affiliated High School with a perfect score to take the top spot. Like a drop of water in a frying pan, Xiangqing No. 1 High School's dark horse still exploded across major media outlets by noon. Chapter 539, 217. Heard that you are Bai Lian's father. I specially came to visit _1 the Song family. Mrs. Song held scissors, snipping at the flower branches now and then. Her gaze, however, was fixed in Song Min's direction. Are you still worried about his grades? Mr. Song looked at Mrs. Song's absent-minded state and chuckled. Song Min had never given them any worry, especially regarding academics. It's strange, why hasn't the principal called today? Mrs. Song's thoughts drifted far, and with a snip, she cut a branch without speaking. Song Min sat on the couch, slightly leaning against it, his fingertips tapped on the magnifying glass icon on the website to the right, his eyes coolly watching the grades page. The page spun for a while before it displayed his score and ranking. Total score, 686. Provincial ranking, 5. National ranking, 36. A score of 700 was a watershed mark, with nearly every point below it accounting for several ranks difference. Especially in the 400 to 500 score range, with nearly 1 million students across the province, a single point could mean a difference of tens of thousands of ranks. This time, the national ranking was still within Song Min's estimation, but the provincial ranking made Song Min stand up involuntarily. He didn't speak for a long time, and Mr. Song put down the phone and walked over. What's wrong? Did you do poorly? No matter, a momentary slip-up, Mr. Song felt it odd. Song Min always had access to excellent educational resources, especially with the Yin family support. The resources he obtained were difficult for other Beijing students to acquire, as was the case with the Boyuan base recently. Even if Song Min performed poorly, he didn't think Song Min could do that badly. It wasn't until he looked down and saw the 5th place provincial ranking on Song Min's phone. Are there so many people in your class that ranked within the top 30 of the national examination? Mr. Song frowned, feeling that something was off. The Bai family also sensed something amiss. Bai Xiaoqi knew she was secure for Jiangjing University after she estimated her score. Recently, she had been associating closely with Bai Yin and the Jian family. Jian Rong was friends with Bai Xiaoke, and she herself was a member of the Beijing Music Association. Knowing she was a good student at Beijing High School, Principal Luo had subtly hinted that when the Jiangjing Music Association made recommendations this year, they would favor her. For her, everything had been smooth sailing, blossoming on both sides. Bai Xiaoke was following in Professor Jiang's footsteps, assisting him, and the Bai family members were already preparing to celebrate at the ancestral hall. They were all waiting for her to return. But 8th in the province. Bai Kaiming's smile froze at the corners of his mouth upon hearing Bai Xiaoqi's ranking. His eyes narrowed as he looked towards her. How come you're only 8th in the province? Previously, Bai Xiaoqi had never ranked lower than the top 5. The butler stood behind Bai Xiaoqi. Sir, although the young miss is 8th in the province, her national ranking is still 201. With this ranking, she can choose a very nice major at Jiangjing University. A good half of Jiangjing University doesn't need to take the college entrance exam but attends a special recruitment summer camp. Half are college entrance examination students, and there is another small fraction of foreign students. Hearing the butler discuss Bai Xiaoqi's national ranking, Bai Kaiming's smile returned to his face, his tone considerably warmer. Xiaoqi, is this true? Can you really get into Jiangjing University? Although surprised, Bai Xiaoqi had great confidence in her ranking. Yes, this ranking will get me into Jiangjing University, but it's hard to get into popular majors. Bai Qiming had not expected her to achieve the same splendid result of provincial top scholar like her brother. Such dual success in one family was difficult. Her admission to Jiangjing University was already beyond Bai Kaiming's expectations. As long as you can get into Jiangjing University, that's good. Bai Kaiming's stern expression vanished. He tapped his fingertips on the table, clearly in a good mood. He turned his head and ordered the butler, you go and find some reporters to release the news. Also, ask the clan leader if he's free the day after tomorrow. He had already booked the banquet hall at Jiahao, which was also an excellent opportunity to expand his connections. When Bai Xiaoke had earned the top scholar place, he had arranged for many reporters to publicize it widely, and the Bai family stock had soared. Although Bai Xiaoqi's achievement was somewhat less, having 2 members of a family admitted to Jiangjing University was also a cause for celebration. Bai Qiming was in high spirits. The butler responded with a smile. The next day, in Xiangqing, the principal, beaming, was hanging red lanterns and a bunch of banners with the security guard at the gatehouse. 2 large rows of fireworks were set up on both sides of the gate. Move this one a little to the left, a bit higher up. The principal held a firework while positioning it in the center, then turned to direct the guard in hanging the banners. The school entrance was crowded with people, mostly parents of students coming to share in the joy. Since the year before last, in order to shape the students' values, the education department had been very opposed to hyping up stories of exam top scorers, so the principal hadn't invited reporters to publicize it extensively. Right at 8:08, the principal set off the fireworks punctually. Chapter 540, 217 Heard that you are Bai Lian's father. I specially came to visit _2, fireworks burst in the clear sky in an instant, and today's Xiangqing Middle School was as lively as the new year. The principal turned around and looked at several banners behind him. Congratulations to our student Bai Lian for achieving the first place in the National College Entrance Examination in Science. Congratulations to our student Ning Xiao for achieving the 6th place in the National College Entrance Examination in Science. Congratulations to our students Yang Lin and Tang Ming. The noise was deafening. Smoke billowed everywhere. The principal gazed at the first banner as if in a dream. The top national score in the Science College entrance exam had been claimed. Since yesterday's score release, his office and the admissions department's phones had been ringing off the hook. Every major university was looking for Bai Lian's information. Have we become a provincial key school this year? Director Pan asked with a smile, covering his ears, as he spoke into the principal's ear. He had received notice to prepare for a promotion the previous night. More than a provincial key school, the principal glanced to the side and whispered into Director Pan's ear, "You don't know, the admission office's phones have been exploded." Once Xiangqing Middle School produced a national top scorer, it couldn't have been kept a secret even if they didn't publicize it. Some media had already been riding the wave of popularity, but fortunately, they did not expose the photos of a few students, otherwise the education department would have stepped in to rectify such trends. Media outlets had already started promoting the names Bai Lian and Ning Xiao, and students who had left Xiangqing to study elsewhere were planning to transfer back this year. Besides that, more students from this year's middle school exams would be choosing to attend Xiangqing Middle School. The source of a school's student body is also very important, otherwise, why would those few universities compete for top college entrance examination scores every year? Today, Xiangqing Middle School rejoiced with everyone. The official reporter from Xiangqing Channel got the news firsthand yesterday and conveyed the educational philosophy of Xiangqing Middle School. She asked the principal a few official questions. The principal straightened his clothes and answered cautiously, "Our school's students performed well, but the key lies in the study methods shared by students Bai Lian and Ning Xiao, the study methods of the top national scorer." The reporter's eyes lit up. "May I ask if we could chat with these students on the line? I believe all students are curious about these high-scoring students." The principal hesitated for a moment. He imagined what the responses would be when the reporter interviewed those students. "Bai Lian, because the programs I like are not included in the Wenchong plan." Ning Xiao, never mind his aloofness, he might just answer with a, "Oh." Yang Lin, no idea where she's working, she can't be found. Tang Ming, how did I only score 691? Thinking about it, it seemed a bit arrogant. To save the reporter from a potential heart attack, the principal politely declined on behalf of the students. The students are all too busy to chat. In the crowd, Mom Zhang and Dad Zhang both rushed to grab 2 portions of celebration candies. Mom Zhang stared at the names on the banner, names she was all too familiar with, and said dreamily, "Ace was supposed to graduate with them." "He's going to come out too," Dad Zhang patted her shoulder. "It's not entirely a bad thing for him either." The evening of the 27th, due to the overwhelming attention, Bai Lian had to leave ahead of time. Before leaving, the group gathered again at the Zhang household. Mom Zhang, to celebrate their successful graduation and college entrance examination victory, had bought a bunch of groceries while Chi Yundai was also invited over from the cake shop. He lived close to the school and was among the first to learn that Bai Lian had become the national top scorer. With a cigarette between his fingers, he involuntarily looked at Bai Lian upon arrival at the Zhang household. Not bothering to cook himself, he only asked Pu Xiaohan, who was beside him while Bai Lian was trimming the flowers, "Is Miss Bai really the national top scorer?" "Right, what's the matter?" "Chi Lu, you've asked several times already." Pu Xiaohan looked at Chi Yundai with confusion. In Pu Xiaohan's eyes, Chi Yundai was an even more formidable lawyer than Zhao Jingzhou, and she felt that Chi Yundai shouldn't be so shocked just because Bai Lian scored the top mark on the national exam. Chi Yundai's fingertips pressed down on the lighter, and the pale blue flame curled towards the cigarette. "It's nothing." His gaze swept toward Bai Lian, who was standing by the window, head slightly bowed, methodically pruning the flower in her hands, her apricot eyes tranquil. To her, it seemed getting the top score on the national exam wasn't as important as the flower she was holding. Pu Xiaohan wasn't a Jiangjing local, she didn't understand what coming first in the national exam meant, but Qi Yundai knew. If Bai Lian didn't stray off the path, her achievements would definitely not be lower than He Wen's. She was headed for Jiangjing, and that school would be bustling, too. The small courtyard of the Zhang family was very cool, and Tang Ming couldn't help but ask Wing Qi while picking vegetables, "Dude, how did you guys do in the Chinese exam anyway?" Next to him, Pu Xiaohan set down the camera, bowing her head and giving him a glance. "Just took it like that." Pu Xiaohan's essay for the college entrance exam, graduation photo excerpt, a very ordinary grade 12 year, and Lu's mom also had one less worry. After that, no one was ever late on Monday mornings again. The sports field was still the same sports field, nothing had changed, only Bebe and the others never went to play football again. This year's graduation photos have already been taken, our grade 12 is drawing to a close, and his grade 12 will start anew. Why cling to that graduation photo with one missing spot? In Beijing, the Bai family was also very lively. Gui Yuqing stood beside Bai Qiming, greeting the clan leader of the Bai family, making her first formal appearance at the Bai family. There was a banquet for guests at Jiahao Hotel tomorrow, but Bai Qiming specially arranged to receive people from the Bai clan today. The clan leader discussed the matter of the ancestral shrine. After dinner tomorrow, we'll go straight back to the clan. Everyone is waiting to add her to the genealogy. When can Xiaoke come back for a visit? I heard he entered the lab. Bai Xiaoke was about to start his second year of college, and since he was entering the lab now, direct admission to a doctoral program after recommendation was within easy reach. This was a major happy event for the Bai family. Bai Qiming smiled. His advisor has recently left the lab. There seems to have been some emergency, so he's very busy and can't come back for now. The clan uncle patted the shoulder of the boy next to him. Bai Han, you have Xiaoqi as your older cousin sister and Xiaoke as your older cousin brother who both got into Jiangjing University. Xiaoke even got the provincial top score and will be a doctor in the future. You should learn from them, understand? The boy glanced at Bai Xiaoqi and curled his lip, his gaze sweeping around. I don't want her, I want cousin sister Bai Lian. At the mention of Bai Lian, the atmosphere tightened for a moment. The clan leader remembered who Bai Lian was and smiled faintly, not saying anything. The clan uncle also glared fiercely at the boy, complaining that he had misspoken. Bai Kaiming's brow furrowed. Gui Yuqing, dressed in a cheongsam, stood in front of Bai Qiming, and seeing everyone else's reaction, she subdued her emotions. Just then, a servant from outside came in. Sir, the principal is here. It was the principal of Beiqing High School. Bai Qiming smiled. He must have come to congratulate Xiaoqi. Butler, go and ask Xiaoqi to come down, and stop practicing the piano. This was the principal of Beiqing High School, so the clan leader and the rest of the Bai family got up to greet the visitor. At the gate, the principal was accompanied by a middle-aged man wearing a striped shirt, who had glasses on and was carrying a jacket on his arm, looking refined and imposing. With an extraordinary presence, the Bai family members were all inwardly surprised, wondering who he was, when they heard the principal of Beiqing High School introduce him. Mr. Bai, this is our city's Education Bureau Chief, Director Li. The Education Bureau Chief. The Bai family members were all exceptionally amazed. The clan leader looked at Bai Qiming in surprise, the expression quite clear. How do you know the bureau chief? Bai Qiming, a businessman, didn't have very strong connections. Their family was just known as one of the wealthy families in the city, and last year when Bai Xiaoke was the provincial top scorer, the Education Bureau had just sent a notice. How could he have invited the bureau chief? Bai Kaiming's mind was in disarray, and he shook his head in a hurry at the clan leader, striking up a conversation with Director Li. But before Bai Qiming could speak, Director Li was already smiling and lifting his right hand. He shook hands with Bai Qiming, lowering his eyes slightly, and introduced himself, Mr. Bai, hello. I've heard from the principal that you are Bai Lian's father, so I specifically came to visit you. I hope this won't seem presumptuous. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 541, Ji Mulan received a phone call as 218 arrives in Jiangjing. Second update, _1 The national top scorer emerged from a small outlying city in Beijing, and the Beijing Education Bureau received the news immediately. While the media dared not overhype the story, the news spread quickly among educational professionals, and congratulatory calls came one after another. Not to mention Xiangqing, even Beijing had never experienced such a shining moment. In terms of education, Xiqing was considerably better than Beijing. This time, Beijing had surpassed Jiangjing. Director Li had received notice from the Jiangjing Education Bureau first thing in the morning that educational funding would be increased. Not only the Beijing Education Bureau but also the Xiangqing Education Bureau were up for promotions, and Director Li would soon be reassigned to Jiangjing. This was the performance brought by the national top scorer. Director Li immediately tried to access the information about the top scorer, but even as the head of the Education Bureau, he found nothing on this student named Bai Lian. Her records were completely blank no matter how he searched. He only knew she was from Xiangqing No. 1 High School and her information was sealed. This was not surprising, as the authorities always closely protected special talents, making Director Li feel even more that she was no ordinary person. It was only when Director Li was preparing to go to Xiangqing No. 1 High School to discuss this dark horse with the principal of Beijing that he found out she was originally from Beijing City. Her father was in Beijing. That's why he hurried over with the principal. Director Li was polite, but Bai Qiming listened in utter confusion. Bai Lian? The Bai family leader was also surprised. He knew that Bai Lian was Bai Qiming's daughter who had been removed from the family register. The Bai family butler had already prepared tea for Director Li and the principal. Yes, Bai Lian scored top in the nation this time, and Jiangjing University takes this very seriously, said Director Li as he sat down on the sofa, still with his coat draped over his arm, and smiled at Bai Qiming. I guess the admissions office from Jiangjing University will arrive soon. Isn't Bai Lian coming back to Beijing? The high school exam results had only come out 2 days ago, and news was buzzing between Xiangqing and the various top universities. Director Li thought the admissions office from Jiangjing University would go there, not knowing that the principal had personally made the visit. Bai Qiming had always been busy planning the multitude of details for Bai Shouqi's enrollment at Jiangjing University, without distraction. He was invariably behind on such information and did not pay attention to others. As long as Bai Shouqi scored well, that was enough. The Song family hadn't contacted him, and he had always assumed that Song Min was the top scorer, not paying much attention. As for Bai Lian, if someone hadn't mentioned her today, he would have forgotten that she also took the high school exam this year. You said she's the provincial top scorer. Bai Qiming's hand involuntarily rested on the armrest as he looked up, his dark pupils trembling intensely. My daughter Bai Lian. Next to him, the Bai family leader also set down his teacup with a clack at the mention of provincial top scorer, and stared blankly upward. Meanwhile, Gui Yuqing, who sat beside Bai Qiming with a graceful demeanor, maintained a gentle smile on her face. But the slight pallor of her fingertips betrayed her inner turmoil. The Beijing principal knew he had lost his gamble the moment he heard that a student from Xiangqing No. 1 High School named Bai Lian was the national top scorer. Mr. Bai, Bai Lian isn't just the provincial top scorer, she's the national top scorer. National top scorer. The normally composed Bai family leader stood up abruptly, his shock indescribable. Are you certain it's Bai Lian, from our Bai family? This reaction, Director Li was confused. He set down his teacup, feeling that things were not as he had imagined. You didn't know this? Seeing Bai Qiming sitting on the sofa in a state of both shock and distress, Director Li felt something was off, stood up, and took his leave. The Beijing principal was unaware that Bai Lian had severed ties with the Bai family. His visit today was for Bai Lian's sake. After all, she was a member of the Bai family, and he did not want to create enmity with her over the matter with Bai Shaoke. Sensing something amiss, he left apprehensively with Director Li. After the visitors left, the Bai family's hall remained silent. Even the ever-diplomatic butler, holding a tray, stood frozen in place. Upstairs, Bai Shaoqi changed her clothes and came down the stairs, her expression puzzled. "Dad, family leader, what's going on with you both?" Her question dropped like a pebble into still water. The family leader clasped his chest, turning to Bai Qiming. "Qiming, take me to Xiangqing to find her. We must bring her back and have her rejoin the Bai family lineage, no matter what." When Bai Shaoke was the provincial top scorer, the Bai family had ignored the fact that he was an illegitimate child, visiting him 3 times in earnest. Now with Bai Lian as the national top scorer, even the family leader was willing to lower his pride and personally go to Xiangqing to invite Bai Lian back. Until now, there had never been a national top scorer in the Bai family. Of course, the Bai family only knew that Bai Lian was the top scorer in the national exam, but they did not understand the true significance of this distinction. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know and report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 542, 218 comes to Jiangjing. Ji Mulan received a phone call. Second update, _2 Even so, it was enough to make them rush to Xiangqing overnight. As for tomorrow's celebration banquet, they couldn't care less about it now. 28th, early morning. An expansive airport near the border grasslands. The plane's wheels rolled on the cement ground, its wings sweeping past on both sides before coming to a slow stop. The airport staff efficiently placed stairs for the passengers to disembark. Bai Lian stepped off onto the carpet, looking up slightly. This was her first time here. At the bottom of the stairs, people dressed in ethnic attire approached the two as they descended, offering a booklet with respect. "Master Jiang, this is the sightseeing plan we've arranged for you." Jiang Fulai, holding a document in his right hand, upon hearing this, switched the document to his other hand and took the booklet. "Take a look, where should we go first?" His eyes were faintly downturned as he glanced at the booklet before casually handing it to Bai Lian. It was then that the person dressed in the ethnic style carefully raised their head. Seeing the girl standing beside him, she wore a long dress, its hem slightly lifted, reflecting the blue sky behind her. The azure pattern on the skirt's hem was perfectly embellished, crafted to the highest degree. Bai Lian's eyes scanned the booklet, which had several routes mapped out. Xingwang Tomb, her slender fingers paused on the last route as she hesitated slightly. "Here." Jiang Fulai handed the booklet forward. "Well, go here." Clearly, neither of them were people who would typically go sightseeing. Only after the two had left did someone look at the route Bai Lian had chosen and exclaimed in surprise, "Isn't this area sealed off, forbidden to be shown to outsiders?" "Sealed off?" The middle-aged man in ethnic attire looked up, his voice quiet. "That depends on whom." The young person scratched their head, not understanding. The middle-aged man, holding the booklet in one hand, adeptly dialed a number on his phone. "With their family, our boss doesn't even know which way their mansion's gates face." Summer vacation hadn't officially started yet. Not many tourists came here. Bai Lian stood with a bottle of water at the foot of a hill. A tomb guardian explained to Jiang Fulai, "Follow this mountain path up, and you'll reach Sangwang Tomb." "You still have tomb guardians now?" Jiang Fulai's gaze drifted toward the tomb he mentioned. The elderly man, his hair completely white, replied, "Me. I should be the last generation." He led the way in front, veering into a no-entry path, We rarely let people disturb them nowadays, though occasionally reporters come to interview. Look, it's just ahead. Bai Lian followed the old man silently, listening. She followed his gaze to an anciently constructed tomb. The name of the tomb was still marked beside its gatehouse. Princess Huaiyan isn't here. Bai Lian repeated the name to herself, her fingertips tapping the water bottle unconsciously. Princess Huaiyan. The old man paused, then remembered who she was referring to, pointing casually to the neighboring hill. She's not qualified to be here, she should be on that hillock. Before he could finish, Bai Lian started walking in that direction. The old man was surprised. He hesitated for a moment before following her, speaking to Jiang Fulai. Master Jiang, that area isn't a scenic spot and hasn't been maintained. The path is rough. No problem. Jiang Fulai stopped halfway up the hillside. He looked down at his watch, his tone undisturbed. Let her have a look. The old man dared not say any more. On the mountain. The burial mound was built quite casually. Bai Lian identified the inscriptions, taking some time to find the words, Princess Huaiyan, on the unrenovated tombstone. She stood in front of the grave, surveyed the surroundings, and then casually sat down. Dressed in plain clothes, Bai Lian wiped the yellow mud off the tombstone with her hand and then took out her phone to snap a photo of the tombstone. Having taken the photo, her index finger absent-mindedly tapped the phone screen. As fate would have it, the phone rang, a call from Pu Xiaohan. Bai Lian, are you out? In the video, Pu Xiaohan was in a crowd with a camera in hand. Is that the prairie? Yes, Bai Lian, propping her elbow on her knee, spoke in a languid tone. Are you escaping something? Ah, these university folks are searching for you and the prodigy. I don't know why they're bothering me, Pu Xiaohan said helplessly, shouldering her camera. When are you heading to Zhongjing? Pu Xiaohan's grades weren't enough for Zhongjing University. But Media University was within her reach. She was planning to visit Media University first. Hearing this, Bai Lian raised an eyebrow, her youthful arrogance soaking through. Today. So soon. Pu Xiaohan calculated the time, then I have to wait another 2 days. My parents want to take me back home for ancestral worship, and they also need to pay respects to my grandfather. Tell your grandfather to be aware, as far as I know, the prodigy's uncle is also going to pay respects to your grandfather. I won't mention the others from class 15, they all know where you live. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 543, 218 arrives in Zhongjing, Ji Mulan receives a phone call, second update, _3 Ning Xiao was well aware of who was behind their achievements. So was class 15. Bai Lian switched hands while holding her phone. It's too much, tell them not to go. Pu Xiaohan looked vaguely into the camera. I'm not finished yet. The principal and others want to visit your grandfather as well, along with the people from the Xiangqing Education Bureau. Bai Lian, she hung up the phone and silently apologized to Ji Hing in her heart. As soon as she ended the call, Bai Lian saw the photo of the tombstone on her phone. The tomb was old and dilapidated, unattended. She sighed and murmured, "This won't do, third princess. How can I take you to show my brother?" A few steps away. Jiang Fulai didn't come closer. Standing by the side of the path, he answered a call. The voice of a woman came from the other end. I heard you're going back to Zhongjing. Yeah, I'll return tonight, he said indifferently, standing in the sunlight, his profile cold, his gaze fixed in Bai Lian's direction. Bai Lian was still sitting in front of the tombstone, dressed in simple loose clothes, looking exceptionally slender. In the light, she seemed enveloped in a halo. Sitting there casually, she looked beautiful but forlorn like a cat that couldn't find its way. I thought you were going to stay in Xiangqing for 5 or 6 years, came the surprised tone from the other end. I had planned on that. Jiang Fulai saw Bai Lian getting up and diverted his attention, speaking in an unhurried manner, Auntie, if there's nothing else, I'll hang up. Jiangjing. At Ji Shayan's residence. After a day of classes, he hesitated before speaking to the butler. The butler, holding a cane, looked up. If you have something to say, just say it. Alien will be in Jiangjing this afternoon. Ji Shaojun paused. I'd like her to come here for a meal. Bai Lian did well in her college entrance exam. Ji Shaojun and Shen Qing had planned to return to Xiangqing, but Bai Lian came directly to Jiangjing after her exams. Though puzzled, they did not shuttle back and forth. Shen Qing and Ji Shaojun had wanted to cook themselves, but since the house was arranged by the Mu family for Ji Shaojun, they needed to ask the butler first. Bai Lian. The butler was taken aback, recalling that Ji Shaojun had returned to Xiangqing for Bai Lian's college entrance exam. She's coming to Jiangjing this early? Yes, alien, Shen Qing began to speak. The butler nodded, cutting her off. Just her. Not just her, Ji Shaojun considered. Xiaojiang would probably come over too. The butler stood up with his cane, nodding. Even if you're receiving guests, don't forget your studies. The news of Bai Lian's arrival in Jiangjing was not shared with anyone else. She had recently been dreading phone calls, and neither Principal Jian nor Scholar Ma was yet aware. However, Ji Heng had already informed Ji Shaojun and Su An in advance. After all, Bai Lian had come to Jiangjing without him, and he was worried. At the Su family. Old Lady Su was making arrangements to host a banquet for the guests. Although Su Jiue didn't score second nationwide, she did come in third. The venue was set at the Su family's old house. Old Lady Su held Buddha beads in her left hand while speaking with the Bai family's butler. Has the news about Ziyu's third place been sent to the main family? The Su family, being extensive, doesn't pay attention to the college entrance exam every year. Without explicit communication, the Su family wouldn't know of the achievement. Rest assured, the butler nodded. I've informed the family members, and several of them have confirmed their attendance. Old Lady Su turned the dark Buddha beads, smiling at Su En. Bai Lian and the others have also arrived in Jiangjing, right? Invite them over. You should take a few days off too. Don't be busy with business all the time. This is also a great joy for the Su family. By the way, Old Lady Su remembered Bai Lian and turned to Su En and Ji Mulan. How did Bai Lian do this year? Does she have a chance to get into Jiangjing University? Ji Mulan's expression paused. She didn't know. Su En picked up a teacup. She did very well. Su Jiue also performed well, but Su En didn't specifically mention her score during the call with Ji Heng. Mentioning Su Ziyu's national third place would seem too ostentatious. Su En simply told Ji Heng that Su Jiue did well. And Ji Heng only mentioned that Bai Lian did very well. Both were polite, not bragging excessively. Ji Mulan stood up, thinking that no matter how well one did, it couldn't compare to Su Jiue. Ji Mulan decided to step outside for some air. As she reached the door, her phone rang with a Beijing number. She paused and answered. Mulan, an elderly voice spoke from the other end. I'm the patriarch of the Bai family. You must have met me. Bai patriarch. Ji Mulan walked to a flower bed. She held the phone in one hand and gently touched her belly with the other, her eyes narrowing slightly, her tone far from pleasant. What do you want from me? The person on the line wasn't surprised by her attitude, their tone somewhat ingratiating. Mulan, you see, do you know where Alien lives? We've come to Xiangqing, but her phone is unreachable and we can't find her. She carries the blood of our Bai family, and I hope you could tell her that if she's willing to return to the Bai family, the ancestral hall's central doors will open to welcome her, and whatever her demands are, our Bai family will agree. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 544. 219 has returned to her rightful place _1 Ji Mulan's relationship with the Bai family was strained. When the news of Bai Shaoke first came out, the Bai family didn't hesitate to ignore Ji Mulan's personal appeal and went to ask Bai Shaoke to come back. She, always accustomed to pride, faced setbacks in both marriage and her children. She took it to heart. The current attitude of the Bai family, thinking back to the college entrance exam, Ji Mulan knew that Bai Lian might have performed better than she imagined, but surely not well enough for the head of the Bai family clan to personally call. Alien. Ji Mulan's hand stopped moving, her tone casual. What do you want with her? She knew that Bai Lian had transferred her household registration to Ji Hing's name but was unaware that Bai Lian had been struck from the Bai family's genealogy. There were indeed some improprieties in how Qiming and the others handled Shuke's incident back then. Fate has played cruel tricks on us all. But now, you have married into a good family, which is a blessing in disguise, the head of the Bai family gently persuaded. I know the Su family has considerable assets, but after all, Bai Lian carries the Bai family name. With our blood flowing in her veins, the Bai family clan typically favored sons over daughters. If it weren't for Ji Mulan's support when Bai Lian was born, she wouldn't have had the privilege of being included in the family tree. Now, to protect her, the head of the Bai family had even learned to grovel. She won't take pride in the blood of your Bai family, Ji Mulan scoffed. When you kicked her out, I didn't see you rushing to Xiangqing to find her. What's changed now, suddenly remembering she's part of the Bai family? Forget about it, she doesn't even want to join the Su family, let alone return to the Bai family. The audacity! She didn't wait for the other party to respond and directly cut off the call, blocking the number. Staring at the screen, she picked up her phone and dialed a call to Ji Hing. They usually didn't talk much, and Ji Hing was silent upon receiving the call. Ever since Ji Mulan arrived in Jiangjing, she and Bai Lian had grown increasingly distant from Ji Hing. With new expectations, she thought much less about Bai Lian. She didn't say much, only reminding Ji Hing that the Bai family had been looking for him, then paused before asking her, how many points did she score on the college entrance exam? Why would the Bai family go looking for her? Welcoming her at the clan gates. Her. On the phone, Ji Hing's voice was as light as a breeze. She's the national top scholar. What? Ji Mulan's fingers froze, her eyes slightly unfocused. Su Jiuyue only scored 725. National top scholar, you can look it up in the Xiangqing news. On the other end, Ji Hing heard someone knock on the door and casually mentioned it to Ji Mulan before hanging up. Ji Mulan was still in shock. Inside the house, the Su family butler beckoned Ji Mulan with a cheerful smile to come in for a meal. Ji Mulan entered as if in a trance. The old Madame Su glanced at her but didn't pay much heed, continuing to look down at the list. Pointing to a name with her Buddha beads in hand, she turned to instruct the butler, make sure to invite the Qi family, especially Xu Yun. The butler nodded, rest assured. Su An, who had just washed his hands, noticed Ji Mulan's odd demeanor. What's wrong with you? Hi. Ji Mulan sat down, her hands cradling her teacup. She lifted her head, her voice wavering. Dad said, Alien is the national top scholar, with a perfect score. Across from her, the old Madame Su, who was pointing at the list, suddenly looked up. Xiangqing. Ji Hing hung up the call and went to open the door. 3 people stood outside. Ji Hing recognized Bai Lian's homeroom teacher, Lu Lingxi, and asked with confusion, Teacher Lu, what's going on? His gaze shifted to the 2 people with Lu Lingxi. On the left stood a man in a dark gray coat, with a buzz cut, a rugged profile, and one hand behind his back, exuding an imposing aura. With a serious expression, Lu Lingxi slightly turned to introduce him to Ji Hing. This is Principal Shi Yu, the president of Jiangjing University. There were many people trying to get information about Bai Lian. Lu Lingxi didn't know why these people couldn't find Bai Lian's home address, but she didn't reveal anything. The president of Jiangjing University was different. Lu Lingxi knew that Bai Lian wanted to attend Jiangjing University. Bai Lian's classmates came to see her that afternoon, which was one thing, but now Ji Hing saw the president of Jiangjing University come in person. He was speechless. He began to seriously consider whether Bai Lian's claim of wanting to relax after experiencing great pressure in her senior year of high school was just a farce. Are you saying that Bai Lian has gone out? Principal Yu stood up anxiously upon hearing of Bai Lian. Where has she gone? Did another school arrange a trip for her? Ji Hing brewed tea for the visitors. Right now, she should be arriving in Jiangjing. Having traveled all the way to Xiangqing only to find out that Bai Lian had headed to Jiangjing, Yu exhaled a long breath, took out his phone, and sent a message to immediately arrange a trip to Jiangjing for him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know and report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 545, 219 has returned to her rightful place _2 Shun Yu stuffed his phone back into his pocket and lowered his head to take a sip of the tea brewed by Ji Hing. The tea was clear in color, with a lasting aftertaste. A delicacy. After he finished his drink, he glanced at the furnishings in the courtyard, then back at his cup of tea, feeling that something was amiss, but because his mind was preoccupied with thoughts of Bai Lian, he didn't give it much thought. Mr. Ji, could you give me Bai Lian's contact details, please? I would like to discuss her career development in detail. Meanwhile, a car from Beijing pulled up at the gate of Xiangqing First High School, and Bai Qiming got out of the back seat. This was his first visit to Xiangqing. He looked at the not-so-tall gateway of Xiangqing First High School. At a glance, the teaching building and the library inside did not stand out. He could see the historical mottling of the external walls and his gaze then moved to the banner hanging above the main entrance. Congratulations to Bai Lian, our student, for securing the top rank in the National College Entrance Examination for Science. The Bai family patriarch got out of the car in front. He was asking the school security guard for news about Bai Lian. These days, there'd been many people coming to Xiangqing First High, some even coming to take photos with the school. The guard looked at Bai Qiming and company and couldn't help but smile. You could ask Ms. Liu, she's Bai Lian's homeroom teacher. But you might not be able to find her right now. You can come early tomorrow and wait for her. Where did she go? Bai Qiming retracted his gaze, frowning. The Bai family patriarch passed a thick red envelope to the guard. I'll only tell you, the guard said, holding a hand beside his face and lowering his voice mysteriously. She's gone to Bai Lian's home with the principal of Jiangjing University. The principal of Jiangjing University? Yes. That was all the guard said, refusing to share any further information with the Bai family members. The Bai family patriarch walked back to the car with heavy steps, and when he tried to call Ji Mulan again on his phone, he couldn't get through. Bai Qiming, look at the mess you've caused. At first, when Ji Mulan hung up on him and Bai Lian blocked him, the Bai family patriarch was somewhat infuriated. As the head of the family, he had never been so disregarded before. When other members of the Bai family had gone to plead with Bai Shaoke, Gui Wuqing had treated them with utmost courtesy. But now, hearing that the principal of Jiangjing University had personally come to look for Bai Lian, all the patriarch of the Bai family felt was regret. The national top scholar, the principal of Jiangjing University himself had come to Xiangqing. This was a talent that not even 100 years could necessarily produce for the Bai family, and he had come to realize this point already. Bai Qiming returned to the car and, looking towards the Bai family patriarch with a disillusioned gaze, said, "What's the use of talking about this now? Let's just wait and see. She's not easy to predict, and Shaoke is working so hard at school. His future achievements might not be inferior to hers. Who else do you know that can enter the lab in their first year of university? He's about to take part in the Buyuan summer camp. At times like these, you decide what to do. To keep looking for Bai Lian would undoubtedly chill Bai Shuk's heart. He was also someone the Bai family had managed to bring back after much effort. It was a matter of choice. The Bai family patriarch lifted his head but didn't speak. The Jiangjing University summer camp is attended by top students from both domestic and international backgrounds. It's useful for guaranteed postgraduate and doctoral direct admissions and may lead to entry into key labs. Bai Qiming lowered his voice. You know about Shouqi's zither skills, and Shaoke has good relations with the Jian family. Jiangjing, airport. Jiang Fulai and Bai Lian deplaned. Their luggage had been brought back to Jiangjing ahead of time by Ming Dongheng, leaving Jiang Fulai to travel light, and Bai Lian only with a black bag. Ming Dongheng had arrived ahead of time and was waiting for them at the airport, while Jiang He leaned on the window of the business car watching them. Jiang Fulai was several steps behind Bai Lian. Ming Dongheng was sitting in the driver's seat, looking back. Where are we going? Just as Jiang Fulai was about to speak, Bai Lian recited an address. Ming Dongheng looked it up, a nearby apartment, very close to Jiangjing University. Xiaoqi and Sun Chun had arrived in Jiangjing a few months earlier and had arranged the place. Her phone chimed with a WeChat notification. Bai Lian glanced down, saw Ji Hing had recommended a contact card, replied with a quick message to Ji Hing saying she had arrived at Jiangjing, and then added the contact. Shanghai apartment was located on Sally Road next to Zier Avenue, just 2 stops away from Jiangjing University, not far at all. The layout was 2 bedrooms and a living room. The living room was quite small. One of the bedrooms had been transformed into a study for Bai Lian by Sun Chun. Everything was readily available for moving in right away. Jiang Fulai carefully placed her guqin to one side, then walked around the entire apartment. His expression was neutral as he casually commented, small. Bai Lian paid no attention to him, simply handing him the suitcase and asking him to arrange her books in the study. Ming Dongheng, busy moving the sofa to a suitable location, noticed Jiang Fulai's upright yet detached and inexplicably morose figure. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know and report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 546, 219 has returned to her rightful place _3. He lowered his head and didn't dare to speak at all. Jiang He slumped on Bai Lian's sofa, hugging her little bok choy cushion on the couch, his eyes shining bright. Jiang Fulai was in the study, slowly and methodically arranging the bookshelf with his hand. Most of the books Bai Lian brought were introduced to her by Senior Ma, along with a stack of thick printed documents. The bookshelf was placed to the left of the entrance, and on the right was a small desk. Jiang Fulai organized the books, his pale phoenix eyes glancing at the apartments on both sides, his slender fingertips tapping the black book cover. He seemed thoughtful. He took out his cell phone and sent a message to Jiang Shijue in no hurry. Sijing Club. It was still a gathering organized by Xiao Bingwen. Inside the private room, Xiao Bingwen looked at Qi Shuyun next to Ling Shuhe. Your sister ranked 3rd in the college entrance exam this year. Qi Shuyun unconsciously toned down her movements. Their Qi family could at best be considered a scholarly family, and even Su En's family was just wealthy, very different from this circle of power elites. Yes, Mr. Xiao. Xiao Bingwen was surprised. Then she is quite impressive. This year's college entrance exam was quite brutal. Even Liang Wuyu was surpassed, which drew a lot of attention. Xiao Bingwen participated in the betting pool and knew about this, but strangely, he could not find any specific information about this person. Su Nanjing sat next to Xiao Bingwen, idly swirling his glass with his head bowed. The dim light shone on his face. He nonchalantly browsed his phone, soon stumbling upon a friend's circle post sent by Bai Lian's friend. One Big Bowl 8, image, the screenshot of her chat with Bai Lian, one in Xiangqing, the other in Jiangjing. Su Nanjing paused, and he commented, Sister Bowl, is alien in Jiangjing now? He had only added 2 of Bai Lian's classmates, Ning Xiao and Pu Xiaohan. Sister Bowl was a nickname Wing Qi gave to Pu Xiaohan, although Su Nanjing did not understand why someone named Pu Xiaohan would have the nickname Sister Bowl. 1 minute later, One Big Bowl 8 replied, 1, they had all learned the 1-character method. Su Nanjing stood up. He picked up the keys set aside and without looking back said to Xiao Bingwen, it seems like alien has come to Jiangjing. I'm going to find her. She's arrived this early. Xiao Bingwen exclaimed in surprise, standing up to see Su Nanjing off. Everyone sitting down stood up as well. Shuhe, who is the person the third young master mentioned? Someone asked Leng Shuhe, who was acquainted with Xiao Bingwen. They hadn't heard the name clearly, but from Su Nanjing's attitude, they knew she was no ordinary person. I don't know, Leng Shuhe pondered after watching the attitudes of Xiao Bingwen and Su Nanjing, but the third young master seems to not even treat Miss Tu with such an attitude. Miss Tu. Qi Shuyun didn't quite understand their circle. The only one she knew of was Yu Hongyi. Leng Shuhe glanced at her, then explained in a low voice, in our circle, the only one who can be called Miss Tu is Miss Jeannie from the Su family. Just don't offend her, and you'll be fine. With the Su family riding the current tide, their status soared. Although Su Jeannie was Su Juming's daughter, everyone knew that Su Juling's wife, Gao Yan, had no daughters and treated Su Jeannie as her own. And Gao Yan, she used to be the best friend of the young matron of the Jiang family, her status within the Jiang family incomparable to others. As a result, Su Jeannie held a lot of sway among the sons and daughters of Jiangjing's elite. Everyone addressed her respectfully as Miss Tu. Upon mention of the Su family, Qi Shuyun roughly understood which Su they were talking about. Qi Shuyun watched in the direction Su Nanjing left, finally certain that this man was the target of her grandmother and the Jiangjing Su family. Shanghai apartment. By the time the old Mrs. Su and Su En arrived, Bai Lian was just coming downstairs. The old lady was turning her Buddha beads, inspecting the neighborhood and complaining to Su En, the environment here is so poor, how could you let her live here? The old lady hadn't been able to sit still knowing Bai Lian was coming, insisting that Su En take her to see her. Ji Mulan followed behind Su En, looking towards Bai Lian, somewhat dazed. Bai Lian was dressed in simple clothes, her dark hair lightly coiled, a strand sticking to her snowy face under the streetlight, her complexion as clear as ice, almost nothing like the girl from her memories. Alien has her own ideas. Su En glanced at the old lady, then said to Bai Lian, you've made arrangements with Wenyao to visit Jiangjing University, right? Bai Lian nodded. She greeted Su En but did not look at Ji Mulan. As for leaving Jiang Fulai behind to clean up the room, the old Mrs. Su took a look at Bai Lian. Going to see Jiangjing University. That makes sense, people visiting Jiangjing usually like to see the university first. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 547, 219 has returned to her rightful place _4 Mrs. Su wasn't surprised at all. As a native of Xiangqing, Bai Lian's excitement about getting into Jiangjing University was expected. It was almost 8 o'clock. Jiangjing University was busy with people, and at this time, many students taking the national exam were checking in at the entrance. Su Wenyao was waiting by the campus gates and waved at Bai Lian and her companions from afar as soon as he spotted them. Alien, little sister, Su Wenyao felt a sense of unrealness upon seeing Bai Lian. He had just learned that Bai Lian was the national top scorer of the year. Let me first take you to the statues of the notables. Being an insider, he could bring family members in as long as they registered. Walking down the main thoroughfare, they saw the statues in Jiangjing University's square lined up in 2 rows, dozens in total. From 100 meters away, Bai Lian could see the bronze statue at the very front. As twilight blurred the edges of the day, one could see that the bronze figure was well maintained. One hand held a book while the other was placed behind his back. He appeared to be reading intently, his garment caught in a fold by the breeze. With the aura of an ascetic sage, it seemed as if he might turn into an immortal at any second. This was Liang Zuan. Seeing these statues, even Mrs. Su put her palms together solemnly, her gaze devout and admiring. As the end of term drew near, many students came here to carefully pay homage to these statues and to the giant rock behind them. These are statues of notable figures, you must know them, said Su Wenyao, after his own observance, highlighting one statue in particular to Bai Lian. This is our senior sister. Mrs. Su, looking at the first statue, had an unstoppable fervor and envy in her eyes. The Liangs, how proud they must be to see this statue. Next to her, Ji Mulan was also staring in stunned silence at everything. The area was teeming with the most elite students from across the country. This place was sacred, and everyone passing by would pay homage involuntarily, reminiscent of the era when the senior sister and her peers were in their prime and the era when the emperor's advisor strategized behind the scenes. Her gaze shifted, landing on the giant stone behind the statues, which was illuminated by light. Ji Mulan saw that the stone was engraved with many names, neither biographies nor introductions, and she asked subconsciously, "What is this?" Mrs. Su looked over and said softly, "This is the gathering place of Jiangjing University's elite." Yes, it's also the dream of everyone who has been admitted to Jiangjing University. Su Wenyao walked over, pointing to one of the names, his expression becoming emotional. The last name added was that of Senior He Wen. Although he was from Xiqing, he was the only one who made the list in recent years. If one makes a significant enough contribution, they could even have a new bronze statue erected at the back, but that's even tougher. He spoke with utmost seriousness, clearly holding great respect for He Wen. Ji Mulan looked at the names etched in the stone, barely concealing her shock. It was her first time being so close to these people. It's exceedingly difficult to stand out among the world's top geniuses, not to mention having your own statue. Mrs. Su sighed as she looked at the names. Just getting your name on this stone, our family hasn't produced more than 3 in the last century. I think Alien has a good chance. Su Wenyao, hearing this, turned to look at Bai Lian beside him. Alien emerged from the mist of Xiangqing as the top scorer and made it to Jiangjing University. I think. Su Wenyao paused for quite some time as he spoke. In the past few days, Bai Lian had already left an impression of a formidable presence in the hearts of her fellow Jiangjing High School seniors. He believed that after she graduated, she could, like Senior He Wen, have her name inscribed on this stone. Jiangjing seemed to be on the cusp of becoming even livelier. Mrs. Su also turned to look at Bai Lian, clenching her Buddha beads a little tighter, evidently realizing this possibility too. Bai Lian's phone vibrated. It was Su Nanjing asking where she was. She replied carelessly with her location. Listening to Su Wenyao's words, she didn't respond. Her gaze fell on the statue next to Liang Zuan that Su Wenyao had specifically pointed out, and she looked up slightly. The statue depicted a profile view of someone holding a long spear, mysterious and dangerous. The lights cast a cool glow upon the statue. Break through the fog. It wasn't about breaking through the fog, she was merely returning to her rightful place. The once dashing senior sister of Jiangjing University was finally back. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 548, Bustling Jiangjing. 3 visits to the thatched cottage principal sure, 2 chapters combined, _1 Jiangjing University was always bustling at night. Even if some had finished their exams, they didn't go home, and the place was crowded, especially at Celebrity Statue Square, which was always lively. Su Wenyao wasn't surprised to see Bai Lian staring at the first row of statues. After all, they were the founder and the first female graduate of Jiangjing University, whom even the president would come to pay respects to regardless of the weather. Next to them, Ji Mulan and Old Lady Su were still standing under that huge rock, a dark brown stone 17 meters tall and 82 meters wide, with Jiangjing University inscribed on the upper left, and the much smaller words, Honorary Alumni, written below. Each name would be recorded in the history of the university. When Yuan first entered Jiangjing University as the top student, nobody paid attention to him, and his advisor pushed him hard to graduate, until he became an honorary alumnus and swept the whole Jiangjing University. Most of those who could become honorary alumni were from Jiangjing. From a young age, they received top-notch education. While others were still learning 123, they were immersed in various summer camps and lectures influenced by their parents and seniors. The case of Yuan was truly unique. The butler followed behind Old Lady Su, sighing, "This is the ceiling of intelligence." They were still looking at the huge rock, but Su Wenyao, who was used to it, asked Bai Lian, "Do you want to check out other places? Our university's library is huge, with a large collection of books and 7 canteens." "No, thanks." Bai Lian withdrew her gaze. "I'll come back to read in a couple of days." She had long heard of the Jiangjing University Library, with its vast collection of books, a wonderful place. Bai Lian wasn't the least bit curious about Jiangjing University. She hadn't even taken out her phone. The last time she came to Jiangjing, she didn't visit the university. Su Wenyao thought she wouldn't enter until school started, but she came as soon as she arrived in Jiangjing this time. The group was getting ready to eat. Bai Lian and Su Wenyao were chatting at the back, and whatever they were talking about, no one else could understand. Old Lady Su walked in front with Su En, talking to him. Shu Yun said she saw that third young master. Su, the third young master. Su En's expression changed slightly. Old Lady Su couldn't help but sigh. For her, this news was even better than Su Zhiyue getting into Jiangjing University. It has to be the Qi family circle to match up with them. Su En didn't speak, for it involved the Qi family, and Su Wenyao had nothing to do with the Qi family. Something occurred to Old Lady Su. "Why didn't you arrange accommodation for Bai Lian?" Shanghai apartment. Old Lady Su really didn't favor it. "I did arrange it," Su En glanced back, "but she didn't want it." Those matters weren't of particular concern to the old lady. She fidgeted with her Buddha beads, lowering her voice. "Have you mentioned our Su family household registration to Mulan? You don't know what kind of person Alien is." Su En's face was stern, but mindful that Bai Lian was behind him, he did not raise his voice. "Initially, when I suggested registering her in our household, you were unwilling. Now you want her on our family registry. Mom, have you forgotten the call you made to her?" Su En would have been better off not mentioning it. The old lady's expression grew stiff at the memory. How could she have known back then what would happen today? She knew very well what Bai Lian was like. She would take the soft approach but resist pressure. If she had followed Su En's wishes back then, Bai Lian might have really entered the Su family's household register. Today's top national scholar was also a member of their Su family. But it was of no use to talk about these things now. Shanghai apartment. A fiery red sports car was parked right in front of the building. Most residents of the apartment were students of Jiangjing University. Although Jiangjing was a captivating city of wealth, the kind of ostentation that Shanghai apartment displayed with a sports car fully decorated with gates was unprecedented. Quite a few people stopped to take pictures. Su Nanjing took off his sunglasses, stepping out of the driver's seat. Used to his privilege as the third young master Su, he couldn't be bothered to find a parking spot, so he handed the keys to the security guard and directly went upstairs. Bai Lian was in room 303. He got out of the elevator and surveyed the surroundings, not very satisfied with the environment here. He reached out to ring the doorbell. As the door opened, he was greeted by a cold face. It was Jiang Fulai. Su Nanjing wasn't surprised, but he was taken aback at the sight of a cardboard box in Jiang Fulai's hands. After a moment of hesitation, he followed Jiang Fulai inside. Bai Lian's living room was not small, about 10 square meters. Ming Dongheng was moving a flower pot to the balcony. Jiang Fulai held a pair of scissors and nonchalantly snipped open the tape on a cardboard box, which contained things Bai Lian had brought over. As soon as it was opened, Jiang Fulai saw a swinging pendulum ball. Bai Lian had brought both the pendulum ball and a small blue bottle. Cold white fingertips lingered on the edge of the box for a moment before he moved the box of miscellaneous items to the study. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 549, Bustling Jiangjing, 3 visits to the thatched cottage Principal Shi, 2 chapters combined, _2 Su Nanjing didn't find Bai Lian, but saw clearly what Jiang Fulai was up to. He was sorting junk. Su Nanjing finally understood how Ming Dongheng felt back in Shangqing. Aside from his research, young Master Jiang wasted not a second with anyone else. His hands used to handle delicate instruments, scale rulers accurate to the millimeter for gunpowder, and pens wielded with decisive lethality upon his team members, not to mention sorting junk. If he were willing to pour himself a cup of water, Su Nanjing would doubt the reality of this world. Xiao Ming, Su Nanjing went out to the balcony and spoke to Ming Dongheng. Where's Alien? Ming Dongheng looked up, his reply succinct, she's gone out to eat with her mom. Su Nanjing hadn't seen Ming Dongheng for a while and was startled by his eyes. Xiao Ming, how come you're as intimidating as Sister Bai Xian now? Ming Dongheng ignored him, handed him a kettle, and asked him to help out. I'm going to take out the trash. When they deliver the TV, sign for it. Bai Lian didn't have a TV here, but as soon as Jiang Fulai arrived, he ordered one. Realizing later, Su Nanjing asked, wait, Alien has a mom. He hadn't looked into Bai Lian's background, only knowing she had a grandfather and assumed her parents were deceased. Hearing that Bai Lian had a mother, Su Nanjing pulled out his phone and messaged Gao Yan, latest news, Alien has a birth mother. Empress Dowager, one more doesn't make much difference, does it? After helping Bai Lian set up the TV, Su Nanjing returned home, still contemplating the matter. On Lao Street, Su Juling was confirming tomorrow's schedule with his secretary. Are Su Jin and Su Genie familiar with Azure Dragon Bar? Since last year, Azure Dragon Bar had shifted its focus to Jiangjing. All the big families of Jiangjing had a sword hanging over their heads, aware of the international powers behind the bar. Especially the third floor for information trading, which houses a black market not open to the general public, has all the major families enviously eyeing it. Su Jin frequents various bars and has more channels of information than others. That Su Kong seems to have some connection with the Jiang family. Saying this, the secretary glanced toward the yawning Su Nanjing. The young master was also a regular at bars, but he didn't dare mention Su Nanjing. Gao Yan was baffled. Why would these forces suddenly come to Jiangjing? Gao Yan, clad in a dark, figure-hugging cheongsam with only slight wrinkles at the corner of her eyes, possessed a strong aura. She looked well-maintained, appearing only to be in her early 30s. I don't know. Su Juling's secretary shook his head, but Azure Dragon Bar has indeed shifted its focus to Jiangjing. Now, that was strange. Rare auctions that normally didn't happen often were held twice this year in Jiangjing. things that previously only happened on Bachter Street. Has young Master Jiang arranged his lab? Su Juling mused. I don't know. Su Nanjing replied casually. Su Juling took a look at him and then remembered, this can wait. Has Miss Bai arrived? Hearing this, Gao Yan also looked at Su Nanjing and sat up straight. What's the verdict? Does she want to meet me? Su Nanjing checked his phone. She hadn't responded to his message just yet. She's visiting her uncle tomorrow, not sure if she'll have time in the next 2 days. No time. Su Juling was very surprised. The college entrance exams were over. What could she be so busy with? Her uncle is here too. Gao Yan was also surprised. She thought all of Bai Lian's relatives were in Xiangqing. Yeah. Su Nanjing replied lazily. He bought a new motorbike for Bai Lian. She was sure to like it. Gao Yan averted her gaze from him. Bai Lian had also arrived in Jiangjing. She took out her phone and messaged President Jian. President Jian, hello, she has arrived in Jiangjing. The next day, Ji Xiaojun got up early and headed to the Mu family branch, managed by manager Su, who was a confidant of the old master of the Mu family. Since changing his surname, Ji Xiaojun had been learning the practical aspects of the business here. After work in the afternoon, manager Su would take him home and teach him some practical case studies. Xiaojia parked the car at the market, and Ji Xiaojun went to buy groceries. Manager Su sat in the passenger seat and listened as Xiaojia mentioned Ji Shane's niece was coming, quite surprised. A niece? Yes, Xiaojia remembered Bai Lian. She came to Jiangjing right after finishing her college entrance exams. So soon, manager Su recalled it as well. Isn't Mu Zhao still held up by professors at Jiangjing University in the hotel? Top students would be taken by these universities in advance. The schools would have upperclassmen and professors keep them company to play social deduction games like Werewolf until they signed agreements and were allowed to leave. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 550, Bustling Jiangjing, 3 visits to the thatched cottage principal Shi, 2 chapters combined, _3 This is also a great opportunity for social interaction among new acquaintances. His grades seem pretty good, Xiaojia mentioned just as he saw Ji Xiaojun carrying a bunch of vegetables back, opening the trunk. They soon arrived at Ji Shane's residence. Shen Qing, wearing an apron, opened the door. Alien and the others will be here soon, take her stuff out. I know, Ji Xiaojun put down the groceries and took off his coat, obviously in a good mood today. Manager Su, would you like to stay for dinner? My niece is coming. He got along very well with Manager Su. Manager Su taught him a lot of things, and although their research interests and hobbies were different, they had similar personalities. He was one of the few friends Ji Xiaojun had made in Jiangjing. Let's do it another time, I won't disturb your family dinner, Manager Su said as he saw Ji Xiaojun take out a box and averted his gaze. He knew that Ji Shane's family used to live in Xiangqing, and while Ji Xiaojun adjusted well, Shen Qing was clueless when she first came to Jiangjing. Ji Xiaojun tidied up the table and then asked Xiaojia, what about you? Xiaojia had met Bai Lian before. He shook his head, it'll drive Manager Su back. So Ji Xiaojun didn't insist on them staying. Xiaojia and Manager Su left, and as their car exited the neighborhood and just passed a road, they saw a black car driving towards them. Xiaojia looked at the car. Feels like it's from one of those families. Manager Su, sitting in the passenger seat, rolled down the window and looked back, speechless with shock, for they had once been a part of Jiangjing's elite and had a broader experience than others. Indeed, Xiaojia frowned slightly, that should only be in Chang'an District and Xinjiang District. Has something happened in Xinjiang District? Manager Su nodded. He also had a feeling, don't know, but it felt like things were getting lively. At Ji Shayan's residence, the one knocking was Jiang He. He was short, and as soon as Shen Qing opened the door, she picked him up and pinched his face. He, did you not eat well? You haven't gotten taller or put on weight. Jiang He pursed his lips and didn't greet Shen Qing. Shen Qing knew he had autism and thought he was too shy to speak after not seeing her for a long time, so she paid it no mind. She laid out the fruit and a new jigsaw puzzle on the carpet for Jiang He to play with. Jiang Fulai put down the paper bag he was carrying, which contained tea and cigarettes, and greeted Shen Qing and Ji Shaojun politely. He was dressed in loose casual wear today, his eyes and brows much softer than usual, although he still looked cool and distant. Shen Qing's hair had grown out, she wasn't wearing a cap, and had a neat haircut. Ji Shaojun was cooking in the kitchen, and Shen Qing brought the item from Jiangjing University to her. It's this box, but alien, what is this? Bai Lian looked at the box with a chibi image of Liang Zuan on it, her fingertip lightly touching the box. Souvenir. Jiang Fulai brewed a pot of hot tea, watching Bai Lian with her paper box, without saying a word. There weren't many at the table, with only Ji Shaojun drinking alcohol. Chatting intermittently with Jiang Fulai. By the way, alien, Ji Shaojun began, suddenly remembering something, isn't your birthday coming up soon? At the dining table, the uncommunicative Jiang He, engrossed in his meal, looked up slightly. Shen Qing hadn't heard about Bai Lian's birthday either, and upon hearing Ji Shayan's mention, she also remembered, when is Alien's birthday? August 8th. Ji Shaojun remembered Bai Lian's birthday. Bai Lian had never celebrated her birthday with the Bai family before. This would be their first time celebrating for Bai Lian, and neither Ji Shaojun nor Shen Qing wanted to take it lightly, guessing that Ji Hing would also come by that time. Alien, how many classmates and friends do you have? Ji Shaojun knew that Bai Lian always had many classmates and friends. People of all ages and walks of life. No rush, Bai Lian slightly lowered her gaze, reached out for a vegetable, and her voice was quite casual, it's still early. Jiang Fulai looked up at her slightly, without further comment. After the meal, Shen Qing asked Bai Lian to stay the night, and Bai Lian did not refuse. Jiang Fulai left first. The next day, Bai Lian got up very early. Shen Qing was making breakfast in the kitchen while Bai Lian was working on problems in an app. After the college entrance examination, her problem-solving speed had clearly improved. There were many blank sheets of paper from Ji Shaojun. She sat beside the coffee table, her left hand pressing a white sheet, her right hand holding a black pen, and slowly wrote down complex formulas on the paper. The doorbell rang, and after taking a photo and sending it, she went to open the door. It was Xiao Jie and the butler. Xiao Jie had come to take Ji Shaojun to the company, and upon seeing Bai Lian, both of them were obviously startled. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 551, Bustling Jiangjing, 3 Visits to the Thatched Cottage Principal Sure, 2 chapters combined, _4, Miss Bai, Xiaojie politely began. The two were not familiar with each other, and just as Bai Lian's phone on the table started ringing, she nodded briefly at them before answering the call. It was Jian Zhongyou on the phone. She held the phone to her ear, poured herself a cup of tea, and slowly walked to the balcony. Looking for me? Am I the last to know you've arrived in Jiangjing? From the other end of the phone, he could still hear the zither version of Han Shishu playing. I found out from Xiaopi's social media feed. Jian, the director, knew Bai Lian because of the One Eater, One Big Bowl account. He was still mutually following One Eater, One Big Bowl, and the two had long since added each other on WeChat. Bai Lian lowered her head and took a sip of tea. Nope. Director Ma didn't know yet. There was a pause from the director, and then he responded in a manner that seemed more sensible. Did you look at the musical score I sent you? I don't understand it, Bai Lian said succinctly. Jian, the director, was completely convinced and felt Bai Lian was pulling his leg. You understand reduced characters score, but you say you can't understand a simple musical score. Bai Lian was on the balcony, talking on the phone with director Jian. In the hall, the butler looked at Ji Xiaojun who had just come out of the bathroom. How long is she staying? She's leaving today, replied Ji Xiaojun after greeting the two people and heading to the kitchen. The butler nodded in understanding and said no more, faintly hearing Bai Lian's voice discussing musical scores and zither. Is she studying art? The butler asked Xiao Jie. Xiao Jie shook his head. They never talked to Ji Xiaojun about other people's affairs, and what Bai Lian or Ren Wanqian did, they did not know. Hearing this, the butler didn't ask further. He was just making casual conversation and wasn't really interested in whether Bai Lian studied art or not. Bai Lian left with Ji Xiaojun. After all, she was a young girl, so the butler and Xiao Jie both felt it necessary to escort her to her destination. Heading to Chang'an district, Bai Lian lowered the car window, her hand resting on the edge, and politely said, "Let uncle head to work first." There's still time. Xiao Jie looked in the rearview mirror, his tone unaffected. Let's drop you off at Chang'an district first. There's no rush. He didn't reveal Ji Shane's workplace. Bai Lian then said nothing more, merely providing the address for Shanghai apartment. A very ordinary apartment. Bai Lian asked them to stop the car at the entrance of the apartment complex, grabbing a cardboard box and getting out directly. This place was very close to Jiangjing University. The butler glanced at the neighborhood, noticing a young man with yellow hair squatting at the gate of the complex. He wore ripped jeans, a black tank top, and held a cigarette in his hand. He looked somewhat like the unruly youths from Purist Street. The butler was about to frown when he heard Ji Xiaojun laugh. Xiao Mao is here too. He wanted to greet Mao Kun, but seeing the butler looking a bit off, Xiao Jie immediately drove off. Once the car was a distance away, the butler finally said to Ji Xiaojun, "Wait until things quiet down a bit, and then bring her over to Mu Mansion for a visit." Ji Xiaojun didn't respond. He wasn't sure if Bai Lian would come. The butler thought his silence was an agreement and moved the topic on. Manager Su must have told you about Coldy Street. He mentioned the bar on Coldy Street, said Ji Xiaojun, retracting his gaze. The butler nodded, but we haven't found out who their partner is. Sis, aren't you going to check out the bar and see Han Shishu? Mao Kun followed Bai Lian into her home. As Bai Lian entered, she shook her head, I don't have time right now. As soon as Mao Kun entered, he could feel changes. The sofa had been moved. There was not only a cabbage-shaped embroidered pillow that Ji Hing made, but also a cabbage-style blanket. There were succulents on the balcony. And there were 2 empty flower pots. Mao Kun looked at the flower pots. What are you planning to plant here? Next time, bring some cabbage seeds, Bai Lian suggested as she opened the door to the study and took out a small copper statuette commemoration badge from the box, placing it on her desk. Mao Kun immediately saw her desk. It was made of natural wood, 2 meters long. In the middle was a black computer without any logos, on the left was a stack of documents, and on the right a small vase with blue crystal flowers, along with a Newton's cradle. And then there was the small copper statuette she had just placed there. Plant cabbages. This was something Mao Kun had not anticipated. From the next door came a clang. When he first came up, it seemed both doors to apartments 301 and 302 were open. I remember both apartments were rented out. Did they both change tenants? Mao Kun closed the door tightly, not quite understanding. Bai Lian's eyes narrowed, and she sent a message to Jiang Fulai, tossing her backpack behind her carelessly, her tone calm and steady. No rush, I'm heading to the library to borrow some books first. How could anyone like reading and doing homework so much? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 552, Bustling Jiangjing, 3 visits to the thatched cottage principal sure, 2 chapters combined, _5 Mao Kun touched the back of his head, not quite understanding, as he took Bai Lian to Jiangjing University. Then you go read your books, I'll go look around and see where I can buy some cabbage seeds. Jiangjing University. In the computer room, Su Wenyao received a message from Bai Lian and got up to pack his things. Have you finished with the data? Asked a male student wearing black-rimmed glasses, noticing Su Wenyao packing up again, squinting his eyes. Almost, Su Wenyao explained, my sister is going to the library, I'm going to pick her up at the entrance. Bai Lian probably hadn't made a reservation at Jiangjing University, and couldn't even get through the school gate. Your sister. Another boy with a sunny-looking face leaned over. Is it that Su Zhiyue who has been constantly in 3rd place on the app lately? She was also a top student. Su Wenyao remembered, Bai Lian seemed not to have the app, it's another one. He thought again, Bai Lian and Su Zhiyue would both be attending Jiangjing University in the future. This place was filled with the elite of Jiangjing University. Does everyone have time for lunch? I'll treat you guys. My sister will also be your junior here. The boy with the black-rimmed glasses ignored Su Wenyao and silently stared at his computer. The sunny-looking boy withdrew his gaze, expressionless. I still have some data to finish. Among these proud talents of the heavens, Su Wenyao wasn't particularly outstanding. Moreover, everyone else had already chosen their professors, while he was still uncommitted, and the longer he waited, the less likely he'd find a good mentor. They all said they were busy. I'm almost done with my modeling, Lao Su, said a male student sitting next to Su Wenyao, shutting down his computer. Let's go, let's treat your sister to lunch at the 3rd canteen. The 3rd canteen was a private restaurant that was expensive but served delicious food. This was Su Wenyao's roommate, Chen Hong. They had always been on good terms. After leaving the computer room, Chen Hong looked back with a complaint about the others. This Qi Jun, relying on his cousin being a student of Dr. Zhua, is so mercenary. If you said you were inviting Miss Qi to dinner, these guys would make sure not to miss it. Su Wenyao never spoke ill of others behind their backs, and simply replied, I broke up with her. Qi Shuyun was also quite well known in their cohort. Her mentor was Dr. Zhua, a student of Dean Huang. Everyone knew who student Dean Huang was. She had also joined a family of academic elites, and after people in the class learned of Su Wenyao's breakup, their attitudes changed. I don't know why you broke up with her, Dr. Zhua. What kind of paper do I have to write to get noticed by him? Chen Hong looked wistful, then sighed, ah well, let's go to the school gate to meet your sister first. Did she also get into our school? She just got accepted, Su Wenyao nodded. I heard there was a monster in today's freshman college entrance exam, probably someone like Senior He Wen. Your sister is amazing to get into our school this year, Chen Hong remarked, somewhat curious. He knew about Su Zhiyue but hadn't heard Su Wenyao mention his other sister. She also got into Jiangjing. Su Wenyao's phone rang just then, and he looked down, stopping in his tracks. She says she's at the library. She must have made a reservation earlier. Su Wenyao thought, with her otherworldly beauty, how would she know to make a reservation in advance? Approaching noon. Su Wenyao told her the location of the 3rd canteen, and they met there. Outside the library, Bai Lian was holding a stack of books she had borrowed, lazily flipping through her phone. Su Wenyao was taking her to the 3rd canteen for lunch. He captured a map and told her to take the campus bus for 3 stops. There was a stop right outside the library. She was wearing a long green dress with mid-length sleeves. The sunshine spilled over her face, her black hair half pulled back behind her head, the rest lazily draped over her left shoulder. Like a character stepping out of a water-ink painting, many passers-by turned to look at her, and some hesitatingly thought about approaching with their phones to strike up a conversation. Bai Lian gathered her gaze, about to exit WeChat to check out the challenge questions on the Jiangjing app for the day. A message popped up. Shunyu, image, Shunyu, isn't anyone home? The photo was of Shanghai apartment. Bai Lian opened it and saw that it was Principal Shi, whom Ji Hing had recommended, a man who, since adding her a few days ago, messaged every day with just, "Where are you?" Bai Jian, I'm at Jiangjing University. Bai Jian, 3rd canteen. Meanwhile, outside room 303 at Shanghai apartment, Principal Shi tugged the corner of his mouth. He had visited the day before and found her at her uncle's house. He couldn't share the address. 3 visits to the thatched cottage, yet in the end, she was on his own turf. Principal Shi rubbed his forehead and decisively turned around. Let's go. Where to? The director hurried to keep up. The top scorer of the college entrance exam was indeed hard to find. Principal Shi rolled up the documents in his hand, anxious not to miss her again at the 3rd canteen, so he didn't wait for the elevator and took the stairs instead, to the 3rd canteen to intercept her. Shouldn't you wear a mask? The director hastened after him. At Jiang University, the popularity of the principal was second only to that of academician Ma. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know your report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 553, 221 agreed to meet, Gods Fight _1 the 3rd cafeteria. The time was close to 11 o'clock, and as the 3rd cafeteria was on the pricey side, there weren't many people coming and going. Qin Hong and Su Wenyao stood on the steps to the left of the cafeteria waiting for Bai Lian, scanning the female students that came into view. Both of them were tall, with Su Wenyao dressed in a teal-striped short-sleeve shirt, holding a roll of documents, his features prominent yet not overbearing, remarkably gentle, and his demeanor steady. Qin Hong was chatting with Su Wenyao in a relaxed manner. In his line of sight, the campus bus stopped at the diagonal road junction ahead. Qin Hong immediately stood erect, looking over at Su Wenyao. Is she on this bus? A few people, both men and women, got off the bus, but Qin Hong did not recognize which one was Su Wenyao's sister. Just as he was about to turn his head and ask Su Wenyao, he saw the last figure alight from the rear door. The summer sunlight was blinding, and the golden light poured onto her fluttering garment, casting a hazy halo, her excessively exquisite face reflecting a cold sharpness. The school buses were mainly blue, painted with anime characters graffitied by the neighboring art students. The moment she stepped off from the rear door, it was as if she had stepped from the comic into reality. She seemed more like a celebrity active on television. Qin Hong thought she looked somewhat familiar but didn't associate her with Su Wenyao's sister, and turned to speak to Su Wenyao. She seems even more stunning than my idol. He hadn't finished speaking when he saw Su Wenyao raise his hand. On the opposite platform, the girl holding a stack of books walked straight over after she saw Su Wenyao. Did you go to the library? Su Wenyao saw the books in her hand, borrowed from the school's library. 2 were in the original language, and there were also 2 books that had been translated. And there was one, it seemed to be a music book. Su Wenyao remembered Bai Lian could play the guzheng, and even a section of Ji Hing's ringtone seemed to be played by Bai Lian, so he wasn't surprised. I borrowed a few books. Bai Lian said, cradling the books and holding a bag in her hand. She could have entered the school by making an advance reservation as a visitor, but without a campus card, how had she gotten into the library? Before Su Wenyao could ask, Qin Hong finally caught on and abruptly grabbed Su Wenyao's arm. Wenyao, this is your sister. Yes, that's right. Su Wenyao turned sideways, leading Bai Lian inside and introducing her, Chen Hong, my roommate. Hello, Bai Lian said politely to Chen Hong. Chen Hong was a bit slow to catch on. Hello, sister. There weren't many people in the cafeteria, so the three of them found a seat in a quiet corner. Su Wenyao and Chen Hong went to get their meals, which had already been ordered before Bai Lian arrived. I thought you were from the neighboring arts college. Chen Hong sat opposite Su Wenyao and spoke to Bai Lian, but what major are you planning to study? At Jiang University, aside from those three special classes, biopharmaceuticals and plasma science are also quite popular. However, Bai Lian's demeanor didn't seem to fit any of those majors. It'll probably be in the physics department. Bai Lian picked up a vegetable with her chopsticks, both quantum mechanics and plasma science falling under the physics department. With her other hand, she grabbed a cola placed beside her and opened the pull tab with one hand. Chen Hong also picked up his chopsticks, his eyebrows lifting. Then you're like us, definitely our physics department's little junior sister. Bai Lian was not very talkative while eating. Chen Hong chatted with Su Wenyao, both of whom were to attend the Buyuan Bay summer camp during the vacation. The Buyuan summer camp for college students was also open to international students. There were many applicants, and the competition was fierce. Those freaks from the Tongfeng and Buyuan classes will be there, Chen Hong casually complained to Su Wenyao. I mean, they've all been guaranteed a spot for research. Why don't they just stay in the lab instead of joining us for the summer camp? Jiangjing University summer camp was highly regarded, and achieving good results there was very beneficial for graduate and doctoral admissions. Bai Lian heard a familiar name, the Buyuan class. The school's three special classes, Su Wenyao explained to Bai Lian, the Buyuan class, the Tongfeng class, and the preparatory class. They're like three camps for geniuses, filled with freaks. Chen Hong put down his chopsticks, a look of respect in his eyes when he mentioned these special classes. Most of them were exceptional talents directly recruited from national math competitions, bypassing the college entrance exams. Especially the Tongfeng class, which has 2 rounds of written exams and interviews. For us regular college entrance exam students to get into these classes, would have to go through a secondary admission process. Getting into Jiang University is just a ticket to compete. National competitions and provincial teams, Bai Lian hadn't heard of them. When she was in Xiangqing, she knew the gap between Xiangqing and Jiangjing in terms of student resource information was huge, but only now did she realize how immense it was. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 554, 221 agreed to meet, Gods Fight _2, the Tongfeng class is also the ceiling of the international quantum field, one of the 3 giants of Jiang University, Chen Hong said, looking to the opposite side for confirmation from Su Wenyao. It's just particularly hard to get into. Anyway, none of us know any students from the 3 special classes, right? Chen Hong was right. The students from these classes were all top talents of Jiang University. Su Wenyao, hearing this, seemed to remember something and fell into a mysterious silence. Why aren't you talking? Chen Hong was puzzled that Su Wenyao unexpectedly ignored him this time. Outside the 3rd canteen, a black car stopped. There weren't many cars that could drive into Jiang University, and at this time, there weren't many people at the entrance of the 3rd canteen, but there were still a few people looking in this direction. Shen Yu got out of the back seat, wearing a dark gray coat. He walked to the entrance of the canteen, scanning the inside with his eyes. The canteen wasn't crowded. He almost immediately spotted the 3 people near the left corner, his gaze landing on the girl in blue. She was the only person in the whole canteen wearing a blue long dress. He walked directly towards them. Not far away, someone recognized Shen Yu and whispered in shock. Su Wenyao and his friends had almost finished eating. Chen Hong pulled a piece of paper from the table, casually wiped his face, and, hearing the commotion, looked up to see the imposing figure of Principal Shun Yu. "Is that the principal?" Chen Hong's eyes widened. He looked again to confirm it was Shun Yu. Shun Ye's speech from last year's opening ceremony went viral online, with tens of millions of views. However, he rarely appeared in public, and Chen Hong had only seen him at the opening ceremony. Most of his other encounters with Shun Yu were through the official photographs on the university website. The principal was busy, and most faculty members only saw him at meetings. The principal of Jiang University was highly esteemed by many, and he mainly associated with the top management of the school. There were not a few students at Jiangjing University who admired him. Seeing Shun Yu, Chen Hong crumpled the paper into a ball, bowed his head to contain his excitement, and introduced him to Bai Lian in a low voice. "Sister, that is our principal of Jiang University. You're really lucky to see him just as you've arrived." Bai Lian also leisurely pulled out a piece of paper. Upon hearing the word principal, she looked up. Next to her, Chen Hong was still discussing with Su Wenyao. "Why has the principal come to the third canteen today?" Su Wenyao also stood up. "I don't know." As they talked, Shun Yu had already reached their table. Shun Yu had looked over Bai Lian's information, and her face was highly recognizable. Her hair pinned up with a wooden hairpin, he recognized her at a glance. "Bai Lian," he stopped at her table, his gaze sweeping over the dishes. "Your teacher must have mentioned it to you by now, haven't they? Have you decided on a major? Shall we go to the office to discuss in detail?" Lu Lingxi had told Bai Lian a bit about Jiang University's enrollment agreement. Bai Lian also wanted to ask Principal Shun Yu about the Tongfeng class. "Sure." She left her books with Su Wenyao for safekeeping, informed him, and then left with Shun Yu. Shun Yu also amiably greeted Su Wenyao and Chen Hong awkwardly raised his hand to bid farewell to the principal. Bai Lian and Shun Yu quickly left the third canteen, while Su Wenyao and Chen Hong still stood there, like eroded stones. Only when the canteen cleaner asked if they were finished eating did they snap out of it. Chen Hong came back to reality, looking at Su Wenyao incredulously and hesitantly asked, "Wenyao, that was the principal just now, wasn't it?" He was just an ordinary student of Jiangjing University, at most familiar with a few student council leaders and his college's counselors and teachers, which was already rare. He didn't even know the well-known professors of Jiang University, let alone the principal. Yes, Su Wenyao was much more composed than Chen Hong. He thought for a moment, then explained to Chen Hong, "The principal looking for her must be to sign an agreement with her in advance." Why would the principal look for her? Chen Hong was aware of the school's procedures, but usually, that was the job of the admissions office. At most, they'd have a few professors talk to the students they were interested in. Su Wenyao also pulled out a piece of paper, deliberately wiped his hands slowly, and then lifted his head to drop the statement, "She is this year's national exam top scorer." Principal Shun's office. Bai Lian looked down at the agreement drafted by Principal Shun, which basically offered her scholarships, trips abroad for 10 days, and the like. Her fingertips tapped on the desk intermittently as she skimmed through the documents, finishing quickly. Principal Shun watched Bai Lian, this young and overly calm girl with a casual and languid posture, facing him and the director with an excessive tranquility. He really couldn't tell what she was thinking. Shun Yu was somewhat surprised. "So, any idea about which major you're interested in?" Shun Yu put down his teacup and introduced the middle-aged man in the office to Bai Lian. "This is Director Jia, Professor Jia. He teaches quantum mechanics. You can choose any major you like. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 555, 221 agreed to meet. God's Fight _3 Director Jia knew this was this year's top scorer with a perfect score and greeted Bai Lian with a smile. Hello, student Bai. Bai Lian closed the file, which listed all the majors at Jiang University, except for the 3 classes mentioned by Qin Hong, which she had not signed up for. The black pen twirled at her slender fingertips. I want to go to the Tongfeng class. She had just looked it up. Academician Ma Tongfeng. The class was founded by Academician Ma himself. Upon hearing Bai Lian mention the Tongfeng class, Shenyu was taken aback and leaned back. Student Bai, I can arrange for other classes, including the preparatory class and the Buiyuan class, but not for the Tongfeng class, as it requires a second internal recruitment. However, I don't think this would be difficult for you, Shenyu said. Director Jia, at Shen Ye's side, wasn't surprised by Bai Lian's request either. The Tongfeng class, founded by Academician Ma, not to mention Ma's transcendent status in the physics community, the major itself had surpassed foreign universities in the first 2 years, becoming the #1 in the quantum field. Most of Tongfeng class students are from the national team, and there haven't been many who got in through the college entrance exam over the years. Okay, Bai Lian gripped the spinning black pen and smiled nonchalantly, then I will participate in the recruitment after enrollment. After saying that, she carelessly ticked the physics department on the agreement. Then she handed the agreement back to Shenyu. Relieved to have finally settled this year's top scorer, Shenyu breathed a sigh of relief. He sent Bai Lian out before sitting back down in his chair. The Tongfeng class, Director Jia picked up the agreement, looked down at the neatly signed name, and couldn't help expressing his admiration. I knew the school would be lively this year. She and Liang Wuyu seemed to be aiming for the Tongfeng class. I wonder how these two will compare to those specially recruited students. The second school-based recruitment was not as simple as the college entrance exam. It was a real battle of the gods, focusing solely on mathematics and physics, just like the national team training, pretty intense. Getting into the Tongfeng class was practically equivalent to a guaranteed recommendation for postgraduate research opportunities, while going abroad or joining top domestic companies or laboratories was just a matter of time. If luck was on one side, they might even become disciples of an academician. Joining the ranks of a super sect as a disciple. Don't worry about that, as long as she's our student, that's fine. Principal Shun stood up, a rare smile on his face. If she can't get into the Tongfeng class, there's still the Buiyuan class and the preparatory class waiting for her. Chapter 556, 221 agreed to meet. God's Fight _4. It's someone my sister knows. Su Wenyao had a hunch that Jiang Fulai was no ordinary person, but he had no idea who the other party was and simply changed the subject. Let's go back. If we don't, Qi Jun will start talking. In the mathematical modeling competition, teams were composed of 3 people, and the 3 of them were among the best in the class. They were a team. At the mention of Qi Jun, Qin Hong frowned. Dusk. Shanghai apartment. Su Nanjing tossed the car keys to the security guard and stood beneath Bai Lian's building, talking on the phone with Gao Yan. I've told you, she spends every day at the library, don't worry. Su Nanjing gazed at the upper floors, speaking in an unhurried tone. On the other end of the phone, Gao Yan cursed him out. I'm not anxious, you are. I'll ask her later. Su Nanjing remembered something. And, Xiaoniao mentioned her birthday is in August, get ready for it. Who's Xiaoniao? Su Nanjing retracted his gaze, and with a nod toward the person beside him, continued. Gao Yan wasn't particularly concerned why Jiang he became a Xiaoniao, and simply said, all right, I'll get ready. Ask her again, and I've already booked ahead with Professor Jian. Mentioning Professor Jian, Su Nanjing pondered. Next to him, the middle-aged man, seeing that he finally finished the call, spoke respectfully yet eagerly. The first, second, and third floors have all been sold the day before yesterday. We haven't found out who bought them. Young Master Su, there is still the 4th floor if you are interested. You don't know who bought them. Su Nanjing glanced at the man. The middle-aged man didn't dare to speak, and Su Nanjing retracted his gaze, casually saying, "All right, handle the 4th floor then." Only after Su Nanjing entered the building did the middle-aged man dare to look up and wipe the sweat from his brow. "Boss," his assistant asked cautiously, "why have so many big shots been buying apartments in Shanghai recently?" The middle-aged man couldn't figure it out either. He looked up at the apartment. Shanghai apartment wasn't a high-end residence. The security, landscaping, and environment were all quite average, and the floor plans were not particularly popular, mostly rented to graduate students and PhDs. The high pricing was solely due to the location's advantage. Why were so many people buying these apartments recently? And they were buying several floors at a time. Upstairs. When Su Nanjing arrived, it was Jiang He who opened the door. Jiang Fulai was in the study. Bai Lian was on the balcony on the phone, wearing a Bluetooth headset, with Xiaoqi on the other end. She leisurely picked up a packet of cabbage seeds from the balcony, tore it open, and used 2 fingers to sprinkle 5 seeds into the flower pot. He came over this morning. Chapter 557, 222 Mysterious Bar, bringing Dean Jian to meet Alien_1. Academician Ma opened the document and looked down without speaking. But Director Huang, observing his expression, could probably guess. Academician Ma's status in Jiang University and the domestic physics community goes without saying. Countless schools wanted to invite him to give lectures, and it was a point of pride for many to join his lab, the benchmark of Jiang University. He picked up the materials on the desk and quietly closed the door behind him as he left the office. Outside the door, the vice dean was waiting at the entrance for Director Huang. He glanced towards the office. Academician Ma seems to be in a good mood. Finding a student he fancied, how could he not be in a good mood? Director Huang chuckled, and the two walked down to the main building. Several people were gathered under the teaching building. Upon seeing the two come down, one of them hastily walked a few steps forward, extremely deferential. "Teacher." Director Huang looked over. As the dean of the physics department, he had taught quite a few students. This was one of his former team members, Sui Jinhua, who was quite talented. He nodded slightly to Sui Jinhua. After Director Huang and the vice dean left, the students around Sui Jinhua still stared after Director Huang's retreating figure without turning away. Not until the figure disappeared did Qi Shuyun turn to Sui Jinhua. "Dr. Sui, that was Director Huang, right?" At her words, the others too looked at Sui Jinhua. They usually only saw Director Huang during award ceremonies, and the reason they could recognize him at a glance was because of his shiny bald head. "Yes," Sui Jinhua responded to them indifferently. "Everyone, get the data ready for me as soon as possible." After Sui Jinhua left, the group remained huddled together. "I remember Academician Ma has an office here, right? Could Director Huang have been coming to see Academician Ma?" "Maybe, but what is Academician Ma doing at the school today?" As they discussed, Qi Shuyun bowed her head and pressed her phone, sending out a WeChat moment. "Today I had the honor of seeing Director Huang." Photo, coming from a scholarly family and with a wide social network, her phone quickly filled up with likes. Meanwhile, Beijing, Song family. Song's father stood at the bottom of the stairs, looking upstairs. Has he not come out yet? Food was sent to his room, but he didn't eat. Mrs. Song said regrettably, the impact on him this time was a bit strong. Give him some more time. Song Min didn't do poorly this time. He was still Beijing High School's top student and was admitted to Jiangjing University as he wished. Jiang University's admissions office had made countless calls to the Song family. His national ranking wasn't low either, but she really ranked first nationally. Song's father didn't pay much attention to these things and asked Mrs. Song to confirm again. Correct. Mrs. Song thought of Bai Lian, and her heart filled with bitterness. When Bai Lian was first sent to Xiangqing by the Bai family, Mrs. Song's first thought was to annul the marriage with Bai Lian, as the Bai family clearly valued Bai Xiaoke and Bai Xiaoqi more. They favored the favorable and avoided the harmful, and she was well aware of Bai Lian's lack of worth at that time. She even followed him to Xiangqing to dissolve their engagement. Who could have imagined such a drastic change in just 1 year? Mrs. Song was still pondering when the phone rang once, and the maid answered it and then looked up. "Madam, it's a call from Miss Bai." Bai Lian had long been driven out by the Bai family. And the only Miss Bai they referred to was Bai Xiaoqi. Mrs. Song went forward to take the call. Bai Xiaoqi said something over the phone, and Mrs. Song was stunned. "Really? Okay, I'll accompany you to Jiangjing tomorrow afternoon." After hanging up, Song's father looked at Mrs. Song. "What's the matter?" "Principal Luo has connected Xiaoqi with a teacher from Jiangyin," Mrs. Song said, the gloom of many days finally easing somewhat. "The person is said to be a leading authority in Jiangjing." Jiangyin. This was beyond Song's father's sphere of influence, but he knew the Yin family had always been very concerned about Bai Xiaoqi. "Why are your brothers so concerned about Xiaoqi?" The concern wasn't for Bai Xiaoqi but for someone who could play the guzheng and just so happened to share the Bai surname. These were the issues within the Jiangjing circles, unknown to the people of Beijing. "We'll talk about it when we get there," Mrs. Song said as she turned to walk upstairs. "Bai Lian, don't mention her in front of our son anymore. Bai Qiming has already come back from Xiangqing." "He's back." Song's father was shocked. What is Bai Lian thinking, not returning to the Bai family? The struggles of an individual are not that effective, and in the end, the Su family had no blood relation to her. These were things Mrs. Song didn't know. The next day, Bai Lian went to Jiangjing University's library early in the morning, which was connected to the campus network. Inside, she could access materials only open to internal students of the university. In early July, most students had finished their final exams. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Ji Mulan did not recognize any Miss Liu, nor did she know who the old Master Qin they mentioned was. But hearing Ding Jian's name, she guessed that this person must also be on a par with the Su family main branch, a world beyond her imagination. She had once taken photos for Bai Lian during Ding Jian's apprenticeship ceremony. With that in mind, she turned her attention to Bai Lian. But Bai Lian wasn't looking at her. She simply greeted Su Wenyao. "I'll be going now." Only then did Grandma Su watch Bai Lian's retreating figure, pausing for a moment. "Where is she going?" "To see someone," Su Wenyao said indifferently. Chief Chen was still in Xiangqing and hadn't returned. Bai Lian knew someone in Yunshao district. Grandma Su was surprised but didn't ask further, only turning to Su Wenyao. "Wenyao, I need to talk to you about that woman Shuyun mentioned." At the very end of Kuldi Street. This was the Bar Street. As Jiangjing's most economically bustling area, Bar Street was extravagantly captivating, and even though it was just past 4 o'clock, both sides of the street were already lined with parked cars. At the end of the street stood a castle-style facade. It covered a huge area, with a small path of 50 meters from the entrance to the front gate, each side crowded with all kinds of luxury cars. Bai Lian stood at the entrance, lifting her head to see the 4 big characters above, Azure Dragon Bar. On the 3rd floor of the bar, Mr. Xiaoqi was lounging in a baseball uniform complete with a cap, casually sitting in a chair, one leg propped up as he intently looked at his phone. Upon receiving a message, he quickly got up and headed downstairs. Wang Yufeng thought highly of him, and when he came to Jiangjing to develop, Wang gave him management rights of the bar. Having grown up in an orphanage, Mr. Xiaoqi had rubbed elbows with society after leaving, developing a tough personality. With his natural talent and despite being underage, the old hands here dared not underestimate him. However, he didn't concern himself much with bar matters. Although there were many rumors about his life-or-death experiences with Wang Yufeng, few had actually met him. On the first floor, bar waiters and the manager respectfully stepped aside to make way upon seeing him, Mr. Xiaoqi. Mr. Xiaoqi nodded politely in their direction, his eyes catching sight of Bai Lian as she approached the entrance. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 561, 222 Mysterious Bar, bringing Dean Jian to meet Alien_5, but Gao Yan felt that none had the aura of the person in front of her now. As she was thinking, Bai Lian entered the room with Jiang Fulai carrying 2 books behind her. He was dressed in a soft, casual outfit, yet his usually stern expression hung like frost. "Auntie," Jiang Fulai lifted his head, taking the rare initiative to greet someone. He placed the 2 books on the table, and the unsociable chill about him dissipated. Gao Yan snapped back to reality. She glanced inadvertently at Jiang Fulai, then turned her gaze to Bai Lian, wanting to reach out and pull her hand, but was held back by Su Nanjing, who emotionlessly urged her to be reserved. Gao Yan shot Su Nanjing a glance and had to settle for greeting Bai Lian. "You're Lian, right?" "Auntie, hello." Bai Lian looked up and greeted her sincerely. "Pretty, and well-behaved." This was straight out of a dream. Gao Yan covered her chest. Uncle Lin stepped forward to attend to them. Jiang Fulai then placed the books on the table and pulled out a chair on one side, indicating for Bai Lian to sit down. Uncle Lin, who was about to serve, paused for a long moment upon seeing Jiang Fulai's hand resting on the teapot, then stepped back to become invisible. Su Nanjing sat next to Jiang Fulai, unsurprised by this behavior. In a muted demeanor, Gao Yan watched Jiang Fulai serve tea, then saw him pass the tea to Bai Lian, and couldn't help but think, "So you have these days too?" She took out her phone and sent a message to Gao Shu, her attention briefly on the books Jiang Fulai had set aside. They were 2 music theory books. Everyone knew that young Master Jiang hadn't studied music but had once taken up Chinese painting for a while, almost scaring a well-known teacher to death. Those books must belong to Bai Lian then. She genuinely liked the Guzheng. Gao Yan sighed with relief, resting the black folding fan in the crook of her hand, very familiarly said, Lian, I'm going down to bring someone up, wait for me for a few minutes." With Bai Lian present, Jiang Fulai and Su Nanjing were made invisible by Gao Yan. Su Nanjing watched Gao Yan and Uncle Lin walk away, utterly impressed. Downstairs, Gao Yan was coming down to receive President Jian. President Jian was a cultural heritage expert and the president of Jiangyin Academy. He barely intersected with the Jiangjing circle, with his only connection being Old Master Qin. Gao Yan knew that she was able to invite him only because he respected Old Master Qin. "I don't know if he would be willing to take on a student," Gao Yan said to Uncle Lin. "Look at Ling Shuhe, doing so well in the circles now. If he accepts Lian." Bai Lian was from Xiangqing, appeared so well-mannered and had no significant background. Even Gao Si couldn't escape the clutches of the Jiang family, which devoured without a trace. Gao Yan began to worry about her, so if President Jian was willing to take Bai Lian, seeing the delight on Gao Yan's face, Uncle Lin realized that Miss Bai must have a special place in her heart. At least, Su Jini stood no chance. President Jian doesn't lack students. That was true, sighed Gao Yan. Her gaze caught the elderly man just arriving in the lobby, and she quickly approached him with utmost respect. President Jian, thank you for making the trip. Gao Yan knew that President Jian was not only a leading figure in the Guzheng but also a distinguished guest of Old Master Qin. The two were very close, and even the old master of the Su family would show deference to President Jian. Uncle Lin also bowed respectfully. Meeting Gao Yan for the first time, President Jian greeted her without any sign of inferiority or arrogance. Madam. Gao Yan led him straight to the private room. Facing such a master of the arts world, Gao Yan felt a little pressure. It's a junior from my family who really likes the Guzheng. She explained to President Jian as she opened the door. President Jian nodded, following Gao Yan inside. Bamboo room. President Jian stepped in and immediately saw the person seated at the table, facing away from him, who claimed to be studying hard at the library according to himself. Very good. President Jian thought calmly. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know and report so we can fix it as soon as possible. As soon as the discussion turned to his specialty, Director Jian immediately sat up straight. That's your impression too, right? Their fingers were all floppy, they couldn't bring out any strength at all. As he spoke, his face lost its earlier master-like depth, his fingers rhythmically tapping the armrest, he appeared quite at ease. His eyes softened, and when the conversation turned to something of interest, his cloudy eyes shone brightly. The two had already commenced a conversation. Gao Yan, after slightly being stunned, realized what was happening and looked at Su Nanjing. These two clearly knew each other, and not only that, they seemed very familiar. Su Nanjing was also quite puzzled, watching them move from one topic to another until he finally asked Bai Lian, Alien, do you know Director Jian? Director Jian was someone even Gao Yan couldn't easily invite without leveraging Old Master Chen's influence. Was he someone you could just meet if you wanted to? Yes, Bai Lian nodded at him slightly. It was all very nonchalant. How was she able to be so detached? Didn't he see that Director Jian's other two disciples, Lu Jiu and Leng Shuhe, were both rising stars helped by Director Jian's support? Su Nanjing, Gao Yan shot him a glance, signaling that he was of no help. She and Su Nanjing took their seats again, not disturbing the conversation between Bai Lian and the director. Their discussion of playing techniques was beyond Gao Yan as an outsider, she just watched Bai Lian. Bai Lian sat in her chair, her back straight, her left hand resting lightly on the table, a posture of proper decorum yet distinctly relaxed, a composure that even the formally trained heirs of Jiangjing's elite families might not possess. And listening to Bai Lian's comments, Director Jian was able to join in no matter the subject, her few words revealing her cultured background. It permeated her manner of speaking and temperament. If it were another setting and she didn't know Bai Lian, she would certainly think that Bai Lian was from some noble family. Only, Gao Yan exhaled, remembering Su Nanjing had said that Bai Lian was from Shangqing, a place that had not seen much development until it had a huge shift in the last year. After finishing the meal, Bai Lian and Director Jian were still together, chatting absent-mindedly. When you come to Jiangjing next time, pay homage to your ancestor, Director Jian spoke with Bai Lian, referring naturally to Mr. Qin Zhou. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 566, Am I now considered a student at Jiang University? Second update, _1 by Lian had been in Jiangjing for quite a while, but she hadn't seemed to do much. Director Chen hadn't made an appearance either and was reportedly still in Shangqing. They didn't know the current situation in Shangqing. Both Old Lady Su and the Qi family people thought Bai Lian's backer was Director Chen. Thus, with Director Chen's absence, they didn't hold her in such awe, only politeness. What the assistant Su meant, even the butler didn't know. But, having worked with Su-en for so long, when assistant Su said this, it wasn't without reason. The butler spoke in a low voice, "Old madam, if the young master and the others are doing this, they must have their own reliance. You shouldn't worry about it." But, old Madame Su sat on the sofa, lost in thought. In the end, she remained silent. The next day, Bai Lian stood at the entrance of Jiangjing University. A few steps away, Pu Xiaohan was frantically shooting the gate. Everyone around her was doing the same thing. Bai Lian lazily used her hand to shield her head from the sun. Okay, Pu Xiaohan had just arrived in Jiangjing and was eager to visit Jiangjing University. Let's go into the campus. As she spoke, she took out her phone to scroll through WeChat for the reservation message. Before she could find it, she saw Bai Lian already standing behind the barricade. Bai Lian held a campus card in her hand, tapping it leisurely against her palm, her pitch-black pupils looking at her as if asking, "What's the hold-up?" Pu Xiaohan stowed her camera properly and followed her in. "Where did you get this campus card?" She reached for the card in Bai Lian's hand. "Classes haven't started yet. Even if you are a student here, you wouldn't have received your card, right?" As she spoke, she looked down and saw the name on the campus card, Jiang Fulai. Pu Xiaohan. So it's brother Jiang's. She silently returned the campus card to Bai Lian's hand. Brother Jiang hasn't graduated yet. Bai Lian took her to the library. "I don't know." Pu Xiaohan, not daring to speak, she just followed Bai Lian, shooting footage of Jiangjing University all the way. "Shall we go to the cafeteria for lunch?" She wanted to make a video about Jiangjing University. "Sure." Bai Lian took out her phone and sent a WeChat message to Su Wenyao, asking him to meet her at Cafeteria 4 at noon. Cafeteria 4 was the place where you chose your food, and it was also the place Pu Xiaohan wanted to film. At noon, Bai Lian led Pu Xiaohan to Cafeteria 4. Pu Xiaohan followed behind Bai Lian, ready to film her getting the food. Bai Lian held a large tray and leaned her card against the card reader. Beep, Pu Xiaohan hurried to capture the scene. The red balance displayed, 999,997. Your complexion has improved greatly. She quickly set the tray down on the threshold, reaching to assist Mrs. Bai. "Why don't you wear a few more layers of clothes?" Before she could finish, Mrs. Bai's body began to slide towards the ground slowly. She didn't speak, her gaze still fixed on the same direction, as the maid's fingers tremblingly checked her breathing. At the same moment, the scene switched to the Xiangqing battlefield. It was Yan Lu's scene. The camera moved from a distance to a close-up. She was clad in silver armor, her gaze sharp and cold like a soldier, gripping the reins and galloping towards the city wall, finally stopping in front of the tent, the horse rearing as she dismounted. One shot to the end. Pu Xiaohan had already finished the series. Watching this scene for the second time, it didn't impact her as much. But she still sniffled. Great Yong had become an online sensation ever since it first aired, not only because of the production team but also due to the director's casting choices. When an entire crew uses real locations, no green screens, actors ride real horses without stunt doubles, everyone was working hard for this series. Actors had trained to professional levels in wielding long spears, with horse riding and archery skills also reaching professional standards. What could be more moving than this? The entire cast, from the maidservants to the horses, had become sensational, and netizens placed Yan Lu under an even deeper layer of profound admiration. Pu Xiaohan got up, about to check the guest room, when she saw Bai Lian standing behind her, arms crossed over her chest, leaning on the desk as if watching TV. But those dark eyes were unfocused. Bai Lian had always been very strong in front of Pu Xiaohan. The students of Class 15 had a kind of cohesion unmatched by other classes, with Bai Lian at their core. She understood the people in her class better than Lu Lingxi. From Pu Xiaohan to Zhang Xiais to Yang Lin, their trust in Bai Lian had long exceeded that of anyone else. Bai Lian was like a general commanding an army, poised and free. This was the first time Pu Xiaohan saw such an expression on Bai Lian, as if she was cut off from this world, with an air of having no one behind her. Lian, she instinctively took a couple of steps forward. Bai Lian came back to her senses, looking up at Pu Xiaohan, quickly reverting to her usual careless demeanor. She casually pulled a piece of paper from the table and handed it over. Wipe your nose. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 569, 225. This is her domain _3. Pu Xiaohan took the paper, wiped her eyes and nose. Oh. Bai Lian stood up straight. She gestured for Pu Xiaohan to move about freely as she took 2 books on music theory to the study. In the study, Bai Lian placed the books on the desk and then opened the right-hand drawer that contained a box of cigarettes Sun Chun had left there. She casually pulled one out. Taking a lighter, she went to the window, opened all the windows, leaned lazily on the windowsill with the slim cigarette between her fingers, the smoke blurring her face. People were continuously going in and out on the first floor. From this angle, she could just see the small garden of several square meters on the first floor, where workers were jointly lifting a stone table out. A message came through on her cell phone from Xiaoqi. Bai Lian glanced down at it. Xiaoqi, someone is looking into Sun Chun's info. The place in Jiangjing with the most comprehensive information was undoubtedly the Azure Dragon Bar, a law unto itself. Wanting to investigate their people here, naturally, the task would pass through Xiaoqi's hands. Bai Lian guessed immediately who would want Sun Chun's information. Bai Lian, just give them a bit. After replying, she casually set her phone aside, leaning lazily on the windowsill, biting the cigarette and watching the people bustling below. Outside the door, Pu Xiaohan was watching TV while video chatting with her parents, indicating that she had arrived in Jiangjing. Noise came from outside the door. Pu Xiaohan stood up with her phone. "My sister seems to have a visitor. I'll hang up now." She ended the call, about to open the door when she saw the door open automatically. In the doorway stood a tall figure, with scholarly rimless glasses perched on his nose as he lowered his left hand, his indifferent gaze glancing at Pu Xiaohan through the lenses. Born with an air of nobility that not even the simplest black attire could conceal. Haven't seen Jiang Fulai for a few days, Pu Xiaohan involuntarily took a step back. Behind Jiang Fulai, Jiang he squeezed in. Seeing Bird Brother, Pu Xiaohan relaxed and greeted Jiang Fulai, "Jiang brother." Jiang Fulai responded casually as he entered, his eyes catching the TV in the lobby for a moment before he removed his hand from the door handle and looked away. He closed the door and looked towards the partially closed study, noticing the open music theory books on the table and the empty seat. In the study, Bai Lian's cigarette had burned out, the stub held between her fingers. By the window, only a faint scent of tobacco lingered. Her left hand propped lazily on the balcony, in a very relaxed posture, as she turned her head to look at Jiang Fulai. His gaze fell on the cigarette stub between her fingertips. Quite openly, Bai Lian flicked the stub into a nearby trash bin, her hand on the window, raising her eyebrows. Jiang University is really something, even meal cards can be used to buy a house. Bai Lian's train of thought was certainly unique. Jiang Fulai instantly knew what she was getting at. She was referring to his topping off the school card. He reached out, closed the laptop on the desk, and his light eyes settled on her face before suddenly saying, "Let's go." Ha! Bai Lian tilted her body, looking lackadaisical, to where? Next door. Jiang Fulai stood up straight, slowly and meticulously removing his glasses and placing them on the table. Next door. Bai Lian shivered, and as she followed Jiang Fulai out, next door was 302. The wooden door was shut tightly, and Jiang Fulai casually placed his finger on the fingerprint lock. The door clicked open with a light sound. The inside was already finely furnished. Jiang Fulai did not redecorate but did replace all the furniture, covering the floor with brown carpet and using his accustomed Chinese-style furnishings. He walked straight to the room on the left and opened it. It was a music room. The room was large, with wooden flooring and a music stand in the middle, holding another zither. On the right side, there was a display stand with flutes, eras, pipes, and various other musical instruments. Near the floor-to-ceiling windows was a small bookshelf filled with sheet music and music theory books. Jiang Fulai approached it, casually straightening a crooked music theory book before tilting his head to speak. "There's soundproofing installed here, you can practice anytime." He stood by the window, with the sunlight slanting through, casting a chilly light on his sharp profile. His long, pale fingers rested on the book, elegant and carefree. Bai Lian approached, lightly running her hand over the strings of the zither. From top to bottom, the clear scale of the zither sounded forth. At Ji Hing's place, afraid of disturbing the neighbors, she would not practice after 8 o'clock at night. Here, without her mother, someone would still make clothes for her by hand, embroidering her favorite peonies, and there would still be someone to prepare a music room for her. The next day, at the Su family, Su Wenyao stood by the window making a call. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Her fingertips paused for a moment, vaguely recalling that this was the son of her father's mistress, the brother of Bai Shaoqi. Su Wenyao had already filled in his and Chen Hong's names, his finger poised over the enter key, about to press down. But it was blocked by the tip of a chopstick. Bai Lian, holding the chopsticks, focused on a line of text on the computer screen and, under Su Wenyao's surprised gaze, she spoke. "Do you have any thoughts about the first prize?" The first prize. On the other side, Chen Hong sighed. Who attending the summer camp wouldn't have thoughts about the first prize? But junior student, this time at the Boyuan base summer camp, there's even the senior Tong Feng class. Even with Qi Jun, we won't have much of a chance. Bai Lian retracted her chopsticks and moved her gaze away from the screen, looking up at Chen Hong. "What position are we still lacking?" Her tone sounded professional. Chen Hong answered, "We're missing someone who's good at advanced mathematics and linear algebra, and who knows modeling." A number modeling partner was very important. Reliable teammates could make the work twice as effective. The three of them had collaborated more than once before and had even won a second prize at a national competition. The three of them formed the perfect team, each capable of equally dividing the work, constructing models, programming computations, and writing. Su Wenyao was gifted at programming. Chen Hong gathered data and wrote papers. And Qi Jun was exceptionally good at advanced mathematics and linear algebra, with a solid foundation in mathematical theory and strong modeling skills. Advanced mathematics was taught in the first year, while linear algebra was only tackled in the second. Hearing Chen Hong's explanation, Bai Lian nodded and tilted her chin slightly towards Su Wenyao. With an unhurried tone, she said, "Then add me to your team." If Su Wenyao's group lacked programming skills, Bai Lian wouldn't have been of much help. She was not familiar with modeling software. But, when it came to mathematical knowledge and familiarity with a variety of literature, even Hewen would seek out Bai Lian for discussions on these topics. This was her domain. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 571, 226 Hewen is back, Lan Jia please the great god _1. Su Wenyao's fingertips were still hovering over the enter key. Hearing Bai Lian's words, he pondered for a moment, then moved the cursor and typed in Bai Lian under Chen Hong's name. The Jiang University campus network had always been reliable. After the small transparent circle on the screen spun around, it displayed "successfully registered" in 4 blue regular script characters. The topic will be released at 3 o'clock the afternoon the day after tomorrow, and we still need to choose a mentor, Su Wenyao said to Bai Lian, looking down at the details after the successful registration. The competition lasts for 3 days. Bai Lian nodded her head. She was unfamiliar with these competition procedures. The 3 of them finished their meal quickly. Su Wenyao suggested Bai Lian join them in the study room to familiarize herself with the mathematical modeling competition, but Bai Lian glanced sideways, her eyes narrowing slightly. "I'd better go back and print out the materials first." "There's a print shop on campus," Chen Hong said, "right ahead." Bai Lian knew about Jiang University's print shop, but the literature she needed to print belonged to Academician Ma, and after thinking for a while, she said, "I'll go back to print it." Chen Hong stood at the entrance of the cafeteria watching Bai Lian leave. "What is she printing?" "Probably a lot of stuff," Su Wenyao said indifferently. "There are too many people queuing at the print shop." "True, the sunlight in early July was strong," Chen Hong nodded, remembering the matter just now. "Did you really add her?" "Yes." Su Wenyao glanced at Chen Hong apologetically. "Don't worry, she won't hold us back." Chen Hong was part of the team, and Su Wenyao would not have agreed to any other freshman joining, but this person was Bai Lian. Su Wenyao recalled seeing Academician Ma at the airport before. Being valued by Academician Ma and personally seen off by him, Su Wenyao knew that Bai Lian must have her own strengths. "Oh, it doesn't matter. You'll have to work a bit harder without Qi Jun. Both of us will have to share the model design." Chen Hong slung an arm over Su Wenyao's shoulder, indicating it wasn't a big deal. With Qi Jun absent this time, their results might only be in the upper middle range. Modeling was all about teamwork, and adding Bai Lian didn't make much of a difference to Chen Hong. Moreover, as Bai Lian was this year's top college entrance exam scorer, Chen Hong was willing to take this opportunity to establish a good rapport with the brother and sister. "It's just a pity we'll miss Professor Jiang this time. He values Boywan's modeling results," Chen Hong sighed. He had emailed Professor Jiang, who replied to the group. The Buiyuan modeling competition held more prestige than the national competition because of its high entry threshold. If their university's registration slots and their results weren't good enough, even if they met the exam requirements for postgraduate study, Professor Jiang probably wouldn't choose them. Choosing a mentor for postgraduate studies was very important. Bai Lian returned from school to Shanghai apartment. The doors of 303 and 302 were both open. Jiang He was sitting on the carpet in 302, piecing together Lego with his back to her, while Ming Dongheng observed the bok choy Bai Lian had just planted on the balcony of 303. Su Nanjing sat on the sofa in Bai Lian's apartment, his legs lazily draped over the coffee table, casually fiddling with a white jade fan in his hands. Seeing Bai Lian return, he hurriedly stood up, alien. Bai Lian greeted him and then headed for the study. There was a printer in her study. Seeing that the door to her study was open, Su Nanjing followed her inside. Bai Lian had already turned on the computer and was efficiently printing documents. Academician Ma had sent several documents. Since she finished her exams, Academician Ma had higher expectations for her and asked her to learn to write reviews. He glanced at it, the same incomprehensible literature again. Are high school students already starting to read these? Su Nanjing handed over the folding fan in his hand to Bai Lian. It's from my mom for you. There were 50 pages of literature from Academician Ma, and the printer was still slowly spitting them out one by one. Bai Lian reached out to take the folding fan. It was plain white, with the white jade bones of the fan reflecting a lustrous cool light. The fan was less than 30 centimeters long. Her fingers were pale and unrushed, holding the folding fan with ease as she gently pushed it open, effortlessly unfurling the fan. White jade fan bones, Bai Lian said, while spinning the fan around twice with her index finger as the pivot, and then suddenly snapping it closed, gently resting the fan handle against the palm of her hand. Her movements were as smooth as flowing water, leisurely as if she was accustomed to handling a fan. Su Nanjing paused for a moment. Let me try. He took Bai Lian's folding fan, trying to replicate her movements. With a single hand push, it didn't open. After 3 attempts, Bai Lian opened the next document and, seeing his clumsy efforts, took the fan back to demonstrate again, like this. She shifted slightly, holding the folding fan in her right hand. Her slender middle finger rested casually at the bottom of the fan, with the thumb pushing outwards and the index finger pushing inwards, slowly spreading it open. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. You're tuning in to the Path of the True Immortal YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.